Eat the Greek. Thank you for being first. Washington, D.C. is the first in war and the last in baseball, last in the National League. Sorry, I think the quote was last in the American League. I was going to go do some outside things today, and it's very cold, so I'm going to come live a little bit early, and we'll see how it goes. I know a lot of people aren't watching right now, but I apologize for ending Fridays. I don't know if it was Friday or Thursday. Anyway, the last call I did, I ended quickly. I usually do that when I'm upset and I'm afraid of the things I'm going to say. So I've been giving it a lot of thought. And I think people have different reasons for listening. And there's a different audiences here. And there's different skill levels of trading. By the way, even professionals lose a ton of money. It's a constant battle against emotions and constant battle to stick to guidelines, I guess. And Wall Street's against you. Wall Street basically wants you to invest in packaged products. They want you to invest in BlackRock, or they want you to invest in the 401k at work and put it into a suite of mutual funds. They want you to invest in ETFs, which is where they hide their criminality. They want you to invest in a select group of stocks so they can maintain a smaller research staff and they can do business with those stocks. They've harnessed the power of the U.S. federal government and us, our taxes. But the fact is, with modern monetary theory, they just print the money. But I was watching, yet again, I watched a video that Robert Kennedy put out. And it's not new information. I just like how he presents it. But, you know, this war in Ukraine was, people got mad at me when I said it many months, if not a year ago, 2 years ago. People got mad at me. But I think facts, I really think it's factual, will show that, and let me be blunt, I think the CIA deposed the properly elected president of Ukraine a decade ago. And then we managed the election of a clown. And Hillary Clinton lost an election, and she's such a child that she threw a hissy fit. And the British, the women that run the EU, and I'm sorry to pick on women. It's not. My issue is not women. My issue is this class of people who are forcing upon us an experiment that I think has no basis in nature, in how populations of any species behave. It has no precedents in history, as far as I can tell. And it can. We live in a modern world which allows weaklings like myself to be safe. I can walk the streets as long as gasoline's cheap enough. If I'm in trouble, I hit 611 or 411 or 911, whatever the hell the number is. If I can figure out before the criminals steal my wallet, the police can be there. So that's all been provided, in my judgment, by inventions, by oil, by the ever increasing complexity of civilization. But it's also been, I think, and I'm not, see, that's the thing, I'm not a sociologist, and I haven't done a study, and I can't prove what I'm saying. But I think a lot of how we got here is that men and women cooperated with each other, and men and women worked together, rather than somehow in Europe and in the United States, white women jumped the line of victimhood, even though white women, as far as I know, stood beside white slave owners, stood beside white Nazis' husbands, but somehow white women get a pass. So I live in a city, I'll just talk about what I see here, where white women get almost all the jobs, government, otherwise. Now, what's great news, and I'm now living near Howard University, what's great news is I see a whole generation of what is now called African American, used to have other names, still has other names. I don't mean to insult. I don't like seeing naming. I don't like naming. People are all people, particularly if you're around them enough. To me, it's the proof of God's existence. It's very hard to love all the people around you. That's what God's for, I figure. But I don't think it had. The problem isn't, though, race or sexual orientation or gender. It's just that people are annoying. But so people are also surprising. People are interesting. People are loving, and people are capable of tremendous acts of foresight, courage, and help. But I'm in the category, I don't know why they call it the humane society. I think humans are quite inhumane to each other. Dogs and cats, much better than we are. We shouldn't call it, that's a totally incorrectly named society. But anyway, I don't want to get too far. So here in this city, the good news is whole generations of young men, young women that aren't white, like pale face me, pasty skin me, are doing really well. I see it all around here. It's really an exciting neighborhood. It's like being in New York City. I mean, there's the bums, but there's the old restaurants, the Ethiopians, the young man who happens to be African American, dressed to the nines on his mission of real estate or whatever he's doing. The restaurants crowded with people. There's the white suburbanites that come in for their little taste of whatever, and then there's the 9:30 club, great music. There's tables full of people all mixed in, of all everything. But what I was talking to a guy that lives around here last night. He was drinking, he's in love, and my greatest shortfall is I couldn't give him advice. He's going through a lot. It's tough being a guy, and I'm sure it's tough being a man, but I mean, if you believe, I don't know, that people get all confused in their thinking, but he's been in love with the same woman that he started dating in college. And here it is 20 years later. She's divorced. She's white. And she has a great job as a PA. I don't even know what that is. Physician's assistant. She makes 130 grand a year, but he's an elementary school teacher and he loves it. He's very smart, speaks 5 languages. I mean, I don't think he notices it, and I don't judge it, but drinking doesn't help when you're trying to lock down a woman. It doesn't help your thinking either, but I don't judge it because that would be hypocritical of me. Anyway, she just got divorced. I said, well, wait a minute. You're in love with her all this time and you're dating and she's in love with you and she just got divorced. Yeah, some guy making a lot of money. Well, now he's trying to put it forward. She is too, apparently, very much so. Jealousy and all that. But she's been on 12 dates in the last month because she goes on these dating apps. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what woman pushed forth this idea that America's young women should all be comfort girls. There isn't a father out there or an uncle who doesn't know why men go on those apps. They're going to get laid for comfort. But the women go for other reasons, and I don't know. Now, this guy, I guess, could go out with anybody he wanted, I suppose. But it's a weird thing. Men get caught in loving one woman, at least in his case. Women, it seems to be a little bit interchangeable, but I think that comes from eons of our species. I don't think that's a moral thing. Anyway, the issue, though, is she does not want to marry him. One of the issues. She doesn't want to marry him because he doesn't make enough money. So this experiment that feminism insists on is that women are equal. So women should spend, and now from a biological standpoint, women should spend their best years of attractiveness, and it's not because they're not attractive later, it's because we're drawn to each other to reproduce. That's my opinion. So women spend that getting their doctorate and getting a job, and they get money. And so this young lady, she's young to me, was out with her friends last night, and she texts, my friend Michelle says I shouldn't be dating you and you're wrong for me. I said, have you ever met to this guy? Have you ever met Michelle? No. So this is what's happening. Women want the cherry picking what's the best that men have, the power they see it, the money, the job. But then they only want to marry a man who can provide and can, because that's the role apparently of men, one of them, and protect and be stable. How do men do that? Money in a modern society and career. But if the women take those positions, because they're not infinite, those positions are not infinite, they deny to young men the chance for the training and the experience. But then when a woman gets tired of it, because they do, the clock ticks, they want to have children. They don't really like, well, I don't know if it's a matter of like, women do not accept the role that it's their responsibility to provide, protect, and I don't know. I think they lead. I think they can lead, and to mentor. I don't know. I'll leave that one out. But in the roles of, they'll do it. But it's, as my dad used to say regarding my mother, she's like the Soviets. What's what's mine is mine. What's yours, we'll negotiate. We'll discuss. And anyway, so these are two people. I told him, I said, you know what? You need to write down what you want. She's not thinking clearly. I didn't tell him that he should knock off the booze while he does this. But I said, write down what you want and do the thinking for her. And just give her something to look forward to. It's not perfect. You guys are in it, but the passions and the angers and the jealousies will fade. You won't even remember them. But if you continue like this, you're going to be separate and you'll be unhappy. But I said also, if you let her continue to date 12 guys a week, one of them is going to make her knees wobble. But this is our big experiment. And I don't want to judge it, because I guess women feel suppressed and women feel trapped and abused, and it's the patriarchy and the patriarchs have, I don't know, guys and girls. I don't know. I've never in history read a war being started for a man. Well, that's because the armies are all men. If we had female armies, it might have. Okay, fair enough. It's a fair point. I've never seen a. Well, there. I mean, I'm quickly thinking there are women leaders of history, but in general, the armies have been men, and they get killed, and they go out and they protect and defend. And I watched a movie last night. I went out, saw this movie, The Last Breath, and I won't tell you what happened, but they got a woman into the movie. I don't know how they got her into it. She didn't have much of a role, but the story, it's a true story. It's about men that go out in these ships in the North Sea, and they go deep. I think it was 1,000 feet, or it was 300 feet. I got confused with that issue. But as you go deeper in the ocean, it gets the pressure builds. So the story's about that. But there were no women. Women aren't clamoring for the dangerous jobs. They're clamoring for what they see as what men get. But there's a lot of men want those jobs too. They don't get all those jobs. There's a lot of sacrifice that goes on to get there, unless you're born into it. And if you're born into it, like the woman that owns Fidelity, or you marry into it, like a woman that I respect, very much like Michelle Shanahan, but she's a billionaire not because of anything she did. She was a beautiful woman. And I give her credit for that. I'm not trying to dismiss anything, but anyway, back to where we are with the banks and the investment world, and how your monies are accumulated. Hillary Clinton was completely purchased and corrupted by the banks. My opinion of Hillary Clinton is she's a very difficult person. She's not honest. She supported Barry Goldwater, who was anti-civil rights when she was young. So to me, she doesn't have any judgment. I don't find Hillary Clinton particularly smart. Everyone says how smart she is. Oh, wow. I don't see it. She did graduate top of her class at Wesleyan. I don't know how that is done. Is that GPA? How are the grades given? I don't know. I went to a school that didn't have a curve, and I had, as I witnessed with friends and heard stories, I was really kind of pissed off that certain schools, Ivy League schools, if you get into, they're easy. So I don't know. I don't know how. So maybe she is smart, but to me, there's a lot of people as smart as Hillary Clinton is. Where does her courage ever shown up? Where has she done something courageous? Bernie Sanders got arrested, got handcuffed, standing for the rights of African Americans. Back when that was risky, back when you could get hit, you could get jailed, you could get killed. Bernie Sanders stood up for that. Now, he's not a perfect person. I was realizing, by the way, the other day, that movie, A Complete Unknown, just really affected me. And I never knew a lot about Bob Dylan. I knew his songs, and I loved a Rolling Stone, and I'm a big fan of Johnny Cash, so I heard a lot, 3, I think, of his songs through Johnny Cash's vision. But I didn't know how, and I think Bob Dylan has genius, but he may have also done a lot of studying of music that had gotten lost to us. And he was lucky enough to be born at a time like the Beatles, where there was a marrying of television, radio, mass production of LPs, and a youth that was ready for this. But even if that's true, that a lot of his methods of writing songs and putting them together might have been imitative. They might have imitated songs from 200 or 300 years ago in some cases. I think Bob Dylan was a genius, but there's no question that generation, who I looked up to, were fighting. They were courageous, fighting for civil rights, fighting against the war in Vietnam, fighting against big military and big I'll read the lyrics to his song about the war machine. Fighting against the empire of the United States, fighting for freedom of speech, fighting against the big not, and that's where it gets confusing, doesn't it? But not so much big capitalism, but fighting against the big monopolies that control our life. And we lost that now. We've lost it. We've totally lost it. My dad used to get upset. Where did all those, he'd call them hippies, my mother. He was living the argument with my mother for the rest of his life. But where are they now? They're making money, they're rich, they're doing, and it's true. It is true. The idealism of that youth blended into the reality of living. My neighbors, when I had my house, they started out with a house as a group house. They ended up as the last holders of it. But her husband, nice guy, owns some sort of massive water company in Southern California. Massive, in our context. So he's very well off, very wealthy. And they maintain 2 or 3 houses, great life now. But she still has the idealism enough to fly to Vietnam and support people there. It was a different time and a different generation. And the thought that came to me, which you guys cannot accept, I don't think, is that Donald Trump is that generation. He was not immune to that music. He was not immune to that energy in New York. He was not immune to wanting to be on the right side of civil rights. Not at all. And in fact, I think in some ways, some of his actions are showing that he is, in his own way, trying to achieve, and he may have a different solution. He may have a different solution, but he's trying to achieve some of the goals so well put on paper and into song by Bob Dylan and others. But Hillary Clinton was Barry Goldwater. And so it's confusing. She also trained under Saul Alinsky. I don't know much about Saul Alinsky. But once you get what he recommended and you apply it to her, the Democratic Party, you go, wow, that makes sense. One of the things he said, act and ask for permission later. That's one. The other is, in other words, act as if what you're doing is legal. And if it isn't, hey, I didn't know. But the other thing is accuse the other side of what you're doing. Accuse the other side of what you're doing. Distract us and accuse the other side. I have no idea what Donald Trump's political views were when he was in his late teens and early 20s. I know what Hillary's were. She supported I don't know much about Barry Goldwater other than, I was a kid. I was for Johnson, but I didn't know much about Johnson. I was a boy when Kennedy was killed. I remember the nuns crying with the radio on the desk, but I don't remember much more. I was a wee boy, a wee lad. But I know Barry Goldwater was way outside of that. I don't know what to call it. It was a common sense that we had to change as America. And Barry was standing athwart progress and saying halt. And Hillary supported him. It's either bad judgment or she's not all that bright. Or could it be she's a little bit racist? The chef at the White House claimed she was quite free using a word that I never use. So Hillary married a young man who I guess has charisma. I've come to be sickened by Bill Clinton. He makes me wince when I see his display of intelligence and massaging of his audience. That was a man who could have been Kennedy, but he didn't have courage. He could have been Carter, but he didn't have integrity. He could have been FDR, but he didn't have the willingness to invite their hatred to stand for things. That was a man that could have changed the world, but instead he withdrew into a third way and material comfort. Complete waste. I feel like I wasted my life. In my opinion, Bill Clinton wasted his life. Because he had such talent. But at least Bill Clinton did more things than Barack Obama. My gosh. Barack Obama comes in and he gets the Nobel Peace Prize, and we ran out of bombs. Twice, maybe 3 times. He bombed so much. He was the only president that was at war every single day for 2 terms. And who were we bombing? We weren't bombing white people as we come up with these clever definitions. There was 30,000 human beings apparently at one time in history, and somehow we're all different. We're not different. Our skin might have adapted differently over time, but we're not different. But anyway, Barack Obama did very little for what now I guess the correct term is for African Americans. Why? Because Barack Obama is a white man and he grew up with a white mother and an Indian father. I don't care. It's all okay. But he was not a civil rights leader. He was not. He called Russia a nuclear power with a gas station. Guys, this is scary. This is scary. Barack Obama went along with the neocon agenda, which was originally Dick Cheney, Rumsfeld. There's one other guy in there that would comb his hair and then lick the comb. Anyway, the new American century. I personally don't think Ronald Reagan had very much to do with it. I don't think our so-called increased defense spending under Ronald Reagan was all that decisive. Star Wars. What did we get out of Star Wars? That's all propaganda. Jimmy Carter increased defense spending hugely, big league. But I think the cumulative effect of the presidential efforts from FDR to Truman. Truman was a revelation. And then Eisenhower, then Kennedy, then Nixon, then Ford, then Carter, then Reagan. But I also think the Saudis had a lot to do, believe it or not, had a lot to do with the decline of the Soviet Union, because at the time they turned on their oil pumps. It's not pumps, spigots, because they wanted to take down this godless empire. But I think Russia collapsed. Soviet Union collapsed. They collapsed because they didn't have a free press. They had censorship. Their economic system was directed from above rather than through the pricing system of a free market. Their country at the time didn't have oligarchs, but it had a handful of people running everything. And there was wealth comparatively, but most people lived lives of bleakness. And John Lennon wrote a song, I can't remember the lyrics, but I remember the chorus. And he said, it all effing looks the same to me. Well, I would submit to you now that the United States of America, we had a doddering old president, just like the Soviet Union did. Our newspapers are all corrupted by big industry, our mainstream media. There is an oligarchy. There's only 2 or 3 institutions of higher learning you can go to get the privilege of working in these certain areas. For example, Samantha Powers steals, I'm sure, $30 million. Chelsea Clinton is given $80 million. For what? We have a system that's turning into a you may not call it dictatorship, but it's a third world type system. Anyway, what Hillary Clinton did in this milieu is she's untalented, unlike her husband. She has zero charisma, unlike her husband. She has no leadership qualities. I'll give him a pass on that. She has no genius at all. I would think that you could say Bill Clinton has some genius. It's an immoral genius, putting a African American to death who had an IQ, probably an IQ smaller than your pet dog. But he put him to death just to look tough. I'd call that immoral. But it was a bit of political genius. It worked. Hillary had none of that. No, she couldn't do any of that. She was unliked and is unlikable. Bill Clinton's loved. But for some reason, she felt, because she's a woman and the patriarchy, that she deserved to be next in line. Not because she did anything. Ever. Oh, she was Secretary of State. All she did was sell access to the Clinton Foundation. She did support a war that turned Libya into, to put it politely, a country that's not safe for women or little girls. Let's not even talk about men. She turned a modern nation that, yes, it had Gaddafi, it had wealth, it had imperfectness, but she turned it into a slave, a nation where slaves are sold now. They're not white, but she's lionized as being on the side of African Americans here in this country, and Trump is a racist. All right, that's a long way to my point. Hillary Clinton lost on an election. She lost it badly and big league. She lost it because she has no talent, because she did not have genius, because she did not have charisma, she had no ideas, she is not a leader. And the only reason the election was as close as it was is because the Democrats cheated. So the Soviet Union didn't have fair elections. We don't have fair elections now. But when Hillary Clinton lost, you know what she did? She put the whole world on the footing for World War III. She got drunk. You know why she got drunk? Because she knew she was going to win. Just like Joe Biden had apparently 19 million voters who disappeared. That was the number election night, November passed. But by the time 3 or 4 weeks went by, the Democrats were able to get that number narrowed. I think that ended up maybe there's 8 or 9 million voters who completely disappeared. They didn't vote for Biden. They didn't vote for Trump. That massive cheating under the guise of COVID, which may have been triggered by our communists in China, I don't know. And I think we should work with China. But China has an agenda while we la-di-da, they're making their goals. But something happened the last election, that COVID and the lockdown probably being it, that allowed Biden to garner votes on a scale that Hillary Clinton could not. And I think the biggest reason was mail-in ballots and delaying the counting and being able, I mean, they threw votes away, but being able to deliver votes without a postmark and even without checking signatures as mail-in ballots for weeks after the election. Very Soviet. Very Soviet. So Biden won, and look what we got. But Hillary didn't win. She got drunk because she knew she was going to win, because they were cheated. It was in the bag. Well, when she lost, and she did lose, she noticed that the run-up of the votes in California, mostly fictitious. You only have to know this. You can go look, and I'm not gonna. I don't remember the numbers. I had 440,000 voters taken off the rolls in Brooklyn. So when she was running against Bernie, she beat Bernie. Anyway, it's all rigged. But despite that, in her head, she won. And it was misogyny, and it was patriarchy, and it's because of men. Oh, those terrible men. And who did she turn her ire on? Putin. Putin is the reason she lost the election. And then she said Donald Trump was in league with Putin. And the Steele dossier came out, a British agent, I guess, but it was some American low aide that happened to meet him at a bar. And this paralyzed Donald Trump's presidency, paralyzed his ability to work with Russia. And here's the genius of Hillary Clinton. Everybody thinks she was great as Secretary of State. The genius of Hillary Clinton, Henry Kissinger's policy was to keep Russia and China separate for our best interest. Hillary Clinton and her Samantha Powers, and there's another one. I can see her face, but I can't remember her name. And then Blinken and these types. They drove Russia and China together. This is her genius. Well, this crap is still being taught to us as a country, that somehow the world is going to be better if we promote women just because they're women. They're better. Well, all right, that's fair enough. They might be. But I would submit it takes years to learn how to fly a jet. It takes years, I think, of training to be effective in government. Presidency is a little different because that's truly a leadership role. Business. But if you promote just on that basis, we have a country that we're putting our progress at risk. All right, so what happened? Hillary, Russia, Victoria Nuland, who was married to Robert Kagan, who I saw speak up at the Carnegie, it's not there anymore, monthly think tank that my dad would invite me and we'd sit and authors would talk. I have his book somewhere. But as right-wing as they come, his sister runs some sort of one of these lobbying groups here for war. They all benefit from war spending, war, killing. And how far away is this from Donald Trump's generation, from Hillary Clinton's generation, from Bob Dylan's generation, from the time, if he had been allowed to live, Martin Luther King's generation? Actually, he might have been slightly older. I'd have to do the arithmetic. So here we had this big scene at the White House, and it's fascinating to watch. But what is it? Hillary's followers, or is she just a follower? I don't know. But the neocons ran a coup against an elected president of Ukraine. In return for giving up their nuclear weapons, of course, we promised to support Ukraine. But on the other side, in return for allowing the reunification of Germany, we agreed, and I believe it was Bill Clinton, it might have been George W. Bush, who I left out of my list of presidents, George W. Bush. We agreed to not move NATO further to the east. Well, as Robert F. Kennedy puts in a very short speech, as he puts it so brilliantly, NATO expands and adds a new country and a new country and a new country, not for defense, not because there's a threat, but because each new country becomes a customer for Northrop Grumman, Martin Marietta, and it's a captive customer. They have to buy, and our government sends the money. Mitch McConnell, I don't know if it was the same video, but and there's others, will admit that when we send money to the Ukraine, that money comes back to our arms manufacturers. I think it's worse than that. I think the money comes back to the Bidens and the Clintons. And in that sense, I have some sympathy for Zelensky because Trump Trump's asking for all the money to be paid back, which I agree with, by the way. But I doubt the Ukrainians got that money. I bet it went to Martin Marietta and it went to Joe Biden's brother and it went to Hunter Biden's horse. But I want to get back to why this matters to your investments. This is run in this specific Ukrainian case. This is run for the benefit of BlackRock. BlackRock owns not the majority interests, but BlackRock owns the military companies. BlackRock owns the media companies, which fill our heads with crap. BlackRock owns Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and apparently a bunch of the Democratic Party and the EU. Well, what does BlackRock offer you? They offer you ETFs. They offer you investments. I don't know which funds they have or anything like that, but they offer managed money. So they offer to you as an investor, I don't know, I'm just going to guess that it averages out over a decade or more. This has been a weird decade, but over time, it averages out to maybe an 8% return with an equity kicker. Every product that Merrill Lynch asked me to sell gave an 8% return with an equity kicker. The equity kicker would make the potential annual return to the investor 12 to 15%. Obviously, I'm using a general statement, but that was basically it. Whether it was a see-through real estate investment, whether it was an oil and gas partnership, whether it was the new sci-tech fund, whether it was a movie deal. And I always tried to not raise money for these projects. Very difficult to stay as a top, back then, I mean, still broker if you don't peddle the company's shit. But I tried to focus on the other things that helped investors. Well, this is what BlackRock's offering to you, and by extension, your financial advisor. They're offering to you 8%. Just give us the money, set it aside, trust us. By the way, now I'm using BlackRock. It's the whole Wall Street proposition to you. Give us your money. We'll manage it. We'll guide you from ETF to ETF, from close-end fund to close-end fund, from mutual fund to mutual fund, from managed money to managed money. Leave it in our hands. And we'll get you 8% with the possibility of more. We're not going to let you buy stocks. We're not going to let you come up with your own ideas. And in fact, we're going to tell you you cannot buy stocks under $5. And if you have stocks in your account under $5, you better have a good reason. Otherwise, we're going to tell you to liquidate it. Now, as Wall Street, we're going to give incentive to our wealth advisors. If you own $100,000 worth of finger motion. We're going to put a lot of pressure on you, not only not to buy it, but to sell it, because we don't make any money as a wealth advisor on your position of 100,000 in finger motion, unless we signed you up for a wrap fee. But if we can get you to sell that, and we can put you in a BlackRock fund, I, as your wealth advisor, I'm now getting a trail. Look, I don't know how it's done now, but funds used to be, the most expensive would be 8 or 8.5% upfront fee. You pay that one time. Or a fund, you would pay 4% upfront, and it would have some would just have a 4%. It evolved over time. But if you chose that option, I might get a quarter trail. And then the other option is you could invest with no fee up front. And there were all sorts of permutations to this. Every product was different. But you could invest without paying any commission up front. But you couldn't sell. You might have a 6-year back end fee to pay if you sold that fund. So over time, Wall Street's trying to get you to be passive investors. They don't educate you. They haven't hurt you, because in this period of time, basically 20 years, the stock market has gone from, let's just be simplistic, 2,000 to 40,000, 60,000. That's my prediction. Let's go back further. Let's say the Dow went from 1,000, which you weren't around for, I was, and it does go to 60,000. That's 60 times over that period. 60x in US genius. This is the financialization of our economy and of our country. In this world, a lot of incompetence rises to the top. I would suggest to you, at the risk of being an asshole, that a lot of women see jobs and say, oh, I want to go do that. Well, that's fine. It's fine. It blocks some of the men when those women spin out, or they want to have a family and they realize they can't do it all and all that. But there are no men to marry, because the men didn't get that training. They didn't get that experience. It's all a recipe for very complex unhappiness. But it creates a financial market dominated by people who have been, one, promoted in a bull market, men and women, who don't really have the experience of having to particularly work for a living. They work. When you're on the investment banking side and in New York now, apparently when you're young, you work so hard you get burned out. But your bosses aren't working. It's a different life. It's an energizing life. It's a lot of risk, but it's an energizing life. Brokers today, wealth advisors, they live off those trails. Most of your wealth advisors you go to speak with have no idea of specific stocks or specific industries. None. If you ask them their opinion of finger motion, they wouldn't know what to tell you. And they wouldn't know where to start. on how to analyze it. They would just say, oh, 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 it's trading for $1. Oh, oh, and it was as high. Oh, oh, we have the Merrill Lynch asset management, artificial intelligence, growth opportunity trust that we've just launched. It has 3 of the best analysts on Wall Street. And if you get into this now, we're projecting that you'll make 8% a year with an equity kicker. Well, that product I just made up. I have no idea if one of those exists. That product pays Merrill Lynch probably as much as 3%. Well, if you include the wealth advisor, anywhere from 3 to 5% a year in regional manager costs, marketing costs, other G&A that they put through it, the trail to the broker. And then there's the costs that Merrill Lynch clips out of every trade as they run it through their trading desk, which may or may not be human. It might be a computer. It used to be a trading desk. So they book profits that way. They have that money. They buy the stocks and they have the trading desks in between. They can play that against that book, against the demand. They have the backstop of the Milan Artificial Intelligence Growth Opportunity Trust Bust Plus Fund. And everybody gets bonuses at the end of the year. You're making 8%. Merrill Lynch is probably making 20% off of that money, but it's not accounted for that way. It's not accounted for that way. If you could categorize all the ways Merrill is making the money off that pool that they brought in, I bet they're making 20, 25% per annum. No risk. No risk. Now, some of that's being paid to the wealth advisor. You're making 8%. You're taking all the risk. You're taking all the risk. But it's worked. As the Dow has gone from 1,000, I think, on its way to 65,000. It's worked. You've become, I don't want to say lazy. You've got other things in your life. I don't want to say not intelligent. You're very intelligent. The questions you ask. Ignorant. I don't even want to say that, because I think everybody on Wall Street's ignorant, except for the few who can conceptualize the magnitude of what their firms are doing. The rest, it's a hustle. It's a drive for the big monthly paychecks, the bonuses, children in school, the vacation, I don't even think it's BMWs anymore. Expense accounts, dinners, new suits, new clothes, nice home, country club, golf. But I think their ignorance equals or is greater than yours for the most part. But ignorance is different than saying that you're not intelligent or that you're not learned. It's saying that this information isn't made available. So when you invest in the over-counter markets, people like, and you do it to yourselves, like the gentleman that I was going back and forth with 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Oh, I just shouldn't have invested in the over-the-counter market. It's my fault. That is 100%. Look, it's true. We probably just shouldn't invest in the over-the-counter market at all, or NASDAQ. That's probably true, full stop. But then our alternative is give our money to these privileged few who happened to boink Betsy at Tri Delta at Harvard, and whose father is Biff, who had worked his way up at BlackRock. And oh, don't you know? I mean, that's not the way to invest either. It's just worked so far. It's just worked so far. So I have inside of me this ticking clock that's screaming it's about to ring and the bomb explode. That this 20 years, 30 years of, it's actually longer. I think it's 45 years. I would say it's, I'm trying to remember. I think 82 was a pretty good year, 81, 82, but I think 83 was devastating. And then 84 was not so good. It's hard to remember. But I would say if I had to pick a start date, I would either 1980, 81, 82. We're now at 2025. But you could also take your start date from the roaring 20s. You can do it at any time. But I'd say we're in a basic 40-year bull market. And all these messages that go in your head and you absorb and I absorb, they're just bumper stickers to make you stop thinking and make you give your money to your wealth advisor on Wall Street. They come up with these methods. So you're 60 years old, 60% of your money should be in the US bonds and maybe some munis. 40% should be in American growth companies and blue chip. That's not diversification. And it's not even true anymore. It's not even true anymore. I mean, the neocons, and I blame Hillary primarily, got us now in an absolute war of insanity. People loved, I've met him, he's dead, Colin Powell. Colin Powell said, basically, you shouldn't start a war unless you know how you're going to win it. My words, not his. How are we going to win a war against Russia? The world's largest nuclear power. The world's largest resource holder. Probably the largest reserves of oil and natural gas. They say it's Venezuela. They say it's Canada. They say it's Saudi Arabia. Trump says it's the United States. That's a function of price. That's a function of projections. But I will tell you, there's a lot of methane in Siberia. I don't know if it's capturable, but as the planet warms up, you're going to find out all about it. But Russia also owns, I'm trying to picture it in my head, it's 40 or 60% of the Arctic Ocean. Is there another Prudhoe Bay? I don't know. I think Denmark has some, and Canada. And we have our position because of Alaska. We don't have enough, I think, by Donald Trump's reckoning, and for what's coming, he might be right. But how do you win a war against Russia? How do you support Ukraine and provoke Russia by bombing inside of Russia's territory? How are we going to win that war? We're not. We simply cannot. I mean, it depends on your definition. If in a million years, visitors from Alpha Centauri come and they see that the skeletons in Russia died more quickly than the skeletons in the United States, maybe we won. But the result is going to be the complete annihilation of everybody. So why are we at war with Ukraine? And now I'll take agency away from Hillary. And I'll narrow it down to one group, BlackRock. BlackRock. They own the media. They own the military. And now, along with they own the companies that bought. So I'll just keep it simple. They own the Ukrainian farmland. They will own the rebuilding. And they want the war because it profits them. And we get caught up, oh, democracy, oh, they did this, oh, they raped that. We don't know. We don't know. I'm not defending atrocities or evil. I'm just telling you, we're being played. We are being played. We're being played by BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, the rest of the whole kit caboodle. And part of that playing is they've destroyed the stock market. There is no price discovery in United States stock markets. None. There is price discovery when big institutional investors duke it out with each other in the bigger names. But can you truly say that that's done in the United States stock market? Or is that done in a computerized system between those behemoths? I don't know. I don't call it our stock market. I'm going to blame BlackRock, Goldman Sachs. They own the DTC. They own FINRA. And when I say own, whether it's through bribing, direct payments, bribes, but promises of jobs and board, all of that, and threats. They own or control DTC, FINRA, the Fed, our government. You're seeing it right now in an act of extemporaneous courage, leadership, and vision. Donald Trump took down Zelensky, but what he really pointed his spear at is BlackRock. BlackRock owns the Democratic Party. It's risky, but that's a man who knows what he's trying to do. Hillary, Bill, Tony Blair, they just wanted to improve their material life on this planet. We'll see how it plays out. But we're part of this. We're part of this because we allow Wall Street to sell us essentially a lie that we can't manage our own money. We're not smart enough. They're smart. I'm telling you, most of the people on Wall Street, and I worked with hundreds, they haven't read Chaucer. I haven't read Chaucer. Don't get me wrong. But they, you know, if you wanted to have a discussion of you know, how Tolstoy represented history and the trends of populations in war and peace, how the great movements of ideas and people occur. Hey, did you see Tiger Woods' shot on the 9th? I don't even know. I don't follow golf. Hey, how about that catch? Unbelievable catch. And if you ask them about the stock market, we're always going to be number one. Hey, the debt's not getting so bad. If the debt gets too bad, we'll just default. We're the best. America's the best. This, I'm telling you, it's just a canard. They're not smarter than you are. And their thinking processes are addled by cocaine and booze and competition for money and whores and too many women. And I'm talking about the male side that I saw. I mean, I don't know, the women, I actually saw a lot of women quite honorable on Wall Street that lived compared to these guys, the testosterone-filled guys. They did a darn good job. They worked hard but my point is, Wall Street is just like any other massive group of people. There'll be some smart people, the rest are all idiots. But the lie is, trust us, we'll manage your money. Well, here's how they're doing it. The amount of debt and the amount of money issued by the United States government in dollar form explodes now every year. So Wall Street just has to get $1 trillion, 10% of that. They're going to roll over $7 trillion this year. Do you think Janet Yellen is that stupid? Well, maybe. She might be. But you and I, if we were managing our finances and our house had a mortgage on it of 13%, variable mortgage of 13% in 1983. And over the next 10 or 15 years, interest rates went down to zero. So it translated to us maybe 2%. I'm condensing everything. You and I, if they came to us and said, why don't we refinance? We'd say, yeah, okay, I'll put it out 30 years at a fixed rate of 2%. And why don't you offer it to me at 50 years? I'll do it at 2.5% for 50 years. We would lock in the low interest rate forever. But what did Janet Yellen do? $7 trillion. She just sold short-term bonds. Is she an idiot? Or is that because it makes money for BlackRock? Is that because it makes money for Goldman Sachs? Is that because it makes money for Morgan Stanley, the bond markets, the bond dealers? I think the question answers itself. 7 trillion rolled over, maybe it becomes 8 trillion. I mean, even if they make 1% of that, that's a kick-ass amount of money as they're trading it and rolling it. Wall Street is a concentration of power and money. First, you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the kitty cat. And so in the face of all of this, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm very thankful. People come, they've invested in this desert. If they go to their Wall Street broker, they'll hear about the latest mutual fund, closed-end fund, ETF on offer. They'll be given an opportunity to invest in the house managed money funds, or they'll go to Julian Roberts Tiger funds, all the rage. Or they'll go to Kathy Ark's Wood Fund, all the rage. Or they'll go to the BlackRock Rebuild Uganda Fund, all the rage. This isn't investing. This is not healthy for you long term or the United States. This is a concentration of assets in the hands of Larry Fink, whatever his name, Black, at BlackRock, and whatever the other one is called, Bluestone. I can't remember. But they all are pools of 10, 12, $15 trillion. Trillion. You just don't know how much power that gives. Well, then these guys, it's very competitive on Wall Street. These guys have to meet their numbers. They have to compete with other big funds, and game is on. And so if you start at a crappy firm called Gruntal or Grundlich, Gruntal, I think it was, and your name is Steve Cohen, and you're basically focused just on numbers, and so you get pretty good at that, and you don't mind cheating, you don't mind trading on inside information, but the one thing is you're ever greedy, ever accumulative, and you'll do anything. You can go from being on a trading desk to buying the New York Mets, and you're a hero. And guess what? Your investors make money. Oh, they make 8%. They make 15%. They make 20%. But people don't stop to think how much the managers are making. If you put $1 million in a fund and make 10%, 100 grand. So 100 grand. That's not bad. Well, did the fund manager add any value, or could you have done it yourself? Who knows? I would say one thing fund managers do add value is they trade professionally, which involves cheating, but it also, they have ways of limiting losses, letting the cheating run, and they make sure that they can't get wiped out in one trade. But then that gets belied by the whole system needing to be rescued by Barack Obama in 2009. The whole system. It was all going to be wiped out. So it's not like they really know what they're doing. It's just they own the ability to get Congress and the president to give them money. The most recent was the Ukrainian war. And where do you think $350 billion went? I think Zelensky's sitting there saying, I don't really want to sign this deal. I only got some useless weapons, and of course maybe 50 billion cash in his own account or something. But the rest of money went back to Shifty Shift. And then Alexandra Ocasio, 16 million. She was broke. She's worth 16 million for what? Candace Owens, who I like, I followed her when she had 8 people watching. She's a billionaire now. She married well. So Wall Street, over the last 40 years, has been about asset accumulation. And they've now perfected it so that those assets don't diminish. It used to be early on, you could get a big account, and I got big accounts. And I would be making the recommendations because a lot of this wasn't systematized. So I could make that account do well, or the client wouldn't listen to me, or I'd make a mistake. With you, it's only losses. I remember one client saying that to me. I forget what I bought for him. It was like $15,000. He's a good guy, though. And fair enough. The best accounts I did, just buy the stock and don't do anything. But anyway, in my office, there was a guy, he was the first broker in the whole DC area to do, I believe it was the whole area, the whole regional area. It was certainly, we were the flagship office. He's the first guy to do over $1 million gross a year. Now that everybody does that. And I wouldn't say he was a good guy. I wouldn't say that. I don't think he was a bad person, but he got in after a couple of years, 2.5, 3 years, he got in an argument with his client over something. And guess what? he went from $1 million producer down to struggling to make 100 grand. Gross. And because when you have a big account, you give it all your attention and you're not developing the rest of your book, and the money left. So I give that example. Wall Street doesn't want that to happen. So they've tuned it so that when the firm gets money, let's say a Barclays Bank, for example, they get money, they invest it, they massage it, they get their fees every year, they bill for everything, and then when the profits come in, they get a percentage of that. And it becomes glossy, and the paperwork is nice, and the year-end reporting is great, and we stand up to this and that, and oh, how, we now have this division, we have a concierge service you can call, and we have, and we can have one of our top guys fly down and play golf with you, and take you out to dinner, and here's our best thinking of your future. But they can design it so well. Back when I was involved, if a client got pissed off at me, like that one that said to me, it was a small account, but I don't blame him. I was 26, 7. He said, he was Russian, very smart. I really liked him. I'd love to see him again. I'm not going to give you his name. He's famous, but it was a nice conversation. He's a gentleman, but at the end he said, "But with you, it's always losses," and he said it with a clipped Russian American accent. Anyway, so next day, literally the next day, his account's transferred out. There's no holdup. There's no to use a word a friend of mine used, there's no scrubbing, there's no analysis of every transaction, it moves. Well, Wall Street doesn't want that to happen. They want the assets to stay. They don't want the assets, it's a fraternity too, they don't want the assets to leave the financial system. So they figure you'll give up and you'll just go with them. And this is what plays out in the over-the-counter market and in the NASDAQ markets. Guess what? It's playing out for the last many years in gold and silver and other resources as well. What you've gone through with all these stocks destroyed the American oil and gas business as a stock, I don't know what to call it, a junior stock market. Destroyed it. Is that good for America? No, but it's good for Flink at the top of Blackstone. So the other day, I got frustrated being asked for an update on GTII. There's nothing I can add of any value to an update on GTII. Part of my frustration comes from that. Part of my frustration comes from the sheer theft of it all. I can never know how planned ahead it was by the backers of the Kramers. I can never know if Reichman was in on it at the start, for sure. But looking back, it would make a lot of sense to me if he may well have been. I can never know if the one gentleman who I like may have started recommending the stock as he recommended other stocks. I don't know that he would have particularly known anything about GTII, because he might have been getting paid to do so because it helped guys like the Kramers run up stocks and then do toxic deals. But ultimately, the Kramers are not smart. The attorney is just a loser attorney, Nadich and his daughter, but they now have a niche. Where those ideas came from? Somebody like a Stevie Cohen. It's the big funds that say they go to this hotshot, Kurt Kramer, and say, look, here. And this is the part that I don't know how you cross the barrier, because opening up about it is illegal. So you really have to trust that person. You really have to trust that person. It may not be that on other things you trust that person. But anyway, they're going to offer this. These are the documents. Here's the attorney. I'll give you, make it up. I'll give you a $10 million, $100 million budget. Every time you find a CEO who's willing to sign this document, I'll be the money. We split it, let's just say 50, it's probably 70% to the big guy, 30% to you. You can trade it all you want. We don't care. Just give us the phone call. And then in this marketplace, created by BlackRock, created by SAC, created by Goldman Sachs and others, there is no buying of these stocks, these small stocks. Remember the Merrill Lynch rule. There's no research. There's no investment banks, because the SEC is afraid to target a Merrill Lynch or a Goldman or a A.G. Edwards, because they want a job there. So they target the small broker dealers. And man, do they target them. Because the small broker dealer has no way to fight back, to put the heat on. If you went after Goldman Sachs for its fails to deliver, you'd get a phone call from Gibson Dunn. And you want to work at Gibson Dunn after your 2 years are up. What do you think is going to be the end result of that investigation? So GTII got recommended, and in a flurry, it went from, I'm not going to bring up a chart, $1 or $2 to $9. Was that guy getting paid? I don't know. I don't know. I thought he was a good guy. For me, because I can't talk about you, I can talk about me. For me, that was exciting. I owned GTII at the time. I still do. I owned more then, or I don't know. It might be the same by now. I don't remember, but I'm up and down in my ownership. But I own GTII. But I was like, wow, this really is going to work. They have the squeezes going on because that's how it used to be on Wall Street. It used to be that if there was a margin call, compliance would come. And so everything in my experience told me that these squeezes were going to happen. And it was happening. It went from 9 cents to $9. But then, see, the thing is, Wall Street is working together. And we think somehow it's just these puny punks, the Kramers. They're working together at the top too. I'm just using these names because I know them. I'm not saying they were involved. But a Stevie Cohen might call a Larry Fink and say, hey, our pal at such and such fund is in trouble with a deal they did in this company, GTII. It popped up. And now it looks like they're underwater $1 billion. That was my calculation. You don't know for sure. Well, what is that company? It doesn't matter what it does. It's a piece of shit company, but there's margin calls, there's trouble. The guys that Louis hired to do this, the Kramers, their investors are totally underwater and they can't do anything. We need help. So Larry Blink says, all right, I'll get on it. And he calls an attorney at Gibson Dunn. Hey, we got this, and this. All right, let me put a call into whatever we don't know what the prime broker's name was. Well, let me put a call in. And then Larry Blink calls someone he worked with on the trading desk at Solomon, and that guy now has a hedge fund out in Toronto or Detroit or somewhere, or in New York. And he says, "Hey, we got some investors in trouble. One of our stocks gone against us. Can you help out?" Yeah, let me see what I can do. Same agreement? Yeah, we'll if you help here, we'll put up all the money. If you fix it, we'll pay whatever the agreed amount is, but we'll and we'll give you trades. We'll put soft dollars through your well, it's not soft, that's probably, he won't be a brokerage firm, be a hedge fund. So we'll give you trades, we'll give you assets to manage, and we'll run our shorting. We'll let you short it for us, and you can keep half the profit. Whatever their deal is. They won't talk about it on the phone, but whatever the standard deal was. All right, let me get on it. And he calls up, hey, Frankie, we want to hire you as an IR. You got a company out there that needs some money? Well, yeah, I think I do. It's this guy. It's this guy that he's been around a while. He's Greek. He's got a druggist, a pharmacy type contract company. I mean, he's got orders out of Europe, and we can put those contracts. Look, I don't need to know the details. Is there volume in his stock? Yeah, yeah. Will he play along with us? Yeah, he'll play along with us. All right, call him up. See if he'll sign a note on one of those deals. Use. I don't know any of these names. Use Yorkville. They didn't use Yorkville, but go use Plantagenet LLC on New York Avenue. All right, we'll do that. And then he calls another guy. He says, "Hey, Louis, I got something going on here. We got Frankie. He's bringing me a company, I think, and they're going to get a deal going, but we're going to need to raise. We're going to try to do a deal at 30 million, $40 million. So this is different than the normal kind, and we got to do it quickly. We got to do it rapidly." Yeah, okay. What's same deal? You go down to Rubens Deli and or Pastrami's Deli, and there's an envelope there for you. You get started. If this works, there'll be $1 million there for you. All right. When do you want me to start? Well, let's get the signature first. So then the big guys have deniability. They've put it off to a hedge fund guy who's then put it out in the seedy world of IR and a guy that can promote over the internet. And the next thing you know, Gus Fliakos comes on and he's available and he tells the story. Yeah, and he's talking to somebody that either doesn't know or doesn't care about the morality. And in the case of the IR guy, he had no idea, probably. But look, this is going to be our story. We're going to change our name. We're going to change our CUSIP. And we've got all these contracts. We're not going to reverse split. And I'm on the side of the short fighters. I'm on the side of retail, and this fight against the shorts is mine. Let's go do it. So from $9, the recommendations come, hey, you got to come over into this greatest drug pharmacy company in the world. They have contracts. I mean, they have contracts. They can buy drugs in one country and deliver it in another. And their margins, they've got to be 2.5% profit. They might be able to get it up to 10% profit. And these contracts nobody in the world has contracts like these. And they're not going to do a reverse split, and they're in it with us. So let's come over. When that goes to $15, $20, $30, take our profits and we'll come back to GTI. Lo and behold, it works. It works. GTI plummets. So then you're going to say in your head, well, it should have. They didn't have anything. But that misses the point. GTII was up because the boys were in trouble. The boys had to buy back their short position. The boys were about to lose $1 billion or more. But phone calls went around. Phone calls went around. It had nothing to do with the fundamental story. That's just part of the quick bumper sticker to get everybody to, oh, well, yeah, they didn't, GTI, Reichman stole, blah, blah, blah. No, these guys were trapped. Maybe. The problem is you can't prove anything. But the way the price action was moving, something was going on. So that one got short-circuited. And if you think I'm just fitting evidence just to GTII, look at Roger Rabbit. He came into the same audience of this huge retail audience buying that had driven up GME, had driven up AMC. I also think there was institutions in there. But there's this big thing they didn't count on. So in comes Roger Rabbit. It's my fight. Dun, 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 dun. And he raises money. Where is he now? Where's his stock now? It happens all the time. They see us and they see suckers. They see coming in and taking money out of us. And then they come on here as shills to say, oh, it's this, it's that, it's his fault. It's planned. It's planned from the get-go. So in GTII, there's all sorts of evidence that this happened. And there's all sorts of ongoing indications that there's trouble. But the stock now is back, literally back to where it started. The stock was under 5 cents, under a penny, when the Kramers first started craming. It's where it is again. I would guess, and I don't know how to come up with a full figure, but I would guess that Wall Street, and it is Wall Street, the Kramers, and maybe to a lesser extent, the 2 or 3 people they hired to help, and the Greek, and all the people behind GTI, I would guess they took as much as $500 million out of the market. Is it possible? Look, the numbers you hear of how much was shorted are incredible. 400 million shares. They just have to net out $1 out of that to be $400 million. It's big business. So when I'm asked what's the update, all I can think is it's dead. They took it all. And I was wrong. I was wrong. Because I assumed, like my erstwhile friend at American Stock Exchange, that there's systems in place. There are no systems in place. Any more than anyone took a minute to stop Susan Rice Victoria Nuland, Samantha Powers, Tony Blinken, Andrew Sullivan, from attacking the world's largest nuclear power. Because there's too much money in it. There's too much money in it. And I can't, on the radiation side of everything, I cannot believe how people don't care anymore. It's all over the place. And your body can't tell. You can't tell when you eat it, drink it, breathe it, sleep next to it, walk through it, fly through it. You can't tell if you go up to somebody's body at a funeral home if they have radiation as you touch them to say goodbye. You can't tell the food, your dog, the grass, yet we don't care. This is what's going on. I know that's a threat to life, but this is what's going on in the stock market. And nobody stops it. Nobody's stopping this complete insanity. That I guess Eisenhower warned us of. It's probably in the Bible somewhere too. But nobody stops what's going on Wall Street. And it is as toxic in its own way as World War III. Financially, this is toxic to all of us. So I hear, what's the update on GTII? In my head, I'm going, what the fruitcake are you asking about? Update. The update is these bird dogs that some fund hired and trained, the Kramers, whether they worked in collusion with Reichman or not, suckered the company into signing a toxic convertible note and then got trapped. And then the stock went up. The group of thugs up there in New York made their phone calls and they gathered, because they know it's in all their interests, even though they're competitive, to work together. So the whole security industrial complex, the whole counterfeit security industrial complex slash not paying taxes complex, I can't come up with a term. So it continues. So they brought all those people together. My opinion, you can't prove it, of course. My opinion, there was a squeeze going on in GTII, and they stopped it. And they made money. I look back for myself and I say, God, why didn't you just get out then? Because I still believed that the system was working and there was going to be a squeeze. I still believed it. Because it had happened in my accounts. The other way around, I mean, it was a sellout in my case rather than a buy-in. But I experienced it many times. But it's all gone. They separated the brokerage firms, and was it pre-planned by just a handful of men, or was it the result of a slightly larger group of men constantly pushing the boundaries of what was allowed, or was it just chance? That when George W. Bush said This sucker's going down. That the bald-headed guy from Goldman Sachs that played football came in, had a free look at everything, and came out with $800 billion of your money and a first look at all the assets of the other firms. Is that brains at Goldman Sachs? Or is it just cheating? Is it having access to information first? You can judge that. But the solution that Obama came up with, or approved anyway, is that the risk that those banks became insured by the FDIC, and the risk left. They just sent the risk out of the firm. What did those ARB desks become? What did those trading desks become? What did those men become? Hedge funds. Hedge funds. Short funds. Long funds. And they just did the same trading. They always did. But the firm was separated into the good bank, bad bank. Bad bank was the prime broker. Good bank, the ones that manage your money now. Doesn't sound very good. So this system of stealing from you and from me is well entrenched. And the plan with GTII, which, by the way, from what I've studied, GTII was called Tray Torn Tree Top before, and then prior to that, some other crappy name. This guy Reichman had been saucing this thing for a long time. These are men who don't do physical labor, and they operate on their wits. And if they can set up these vehicles, be on the board, be CEO, they can collect salaries, they can charge expenses, they can raise money, and you live a pretty good life. You know? Hey, I'm able to buy this. Yeah, I'm in this golf community down in Palm Beach. Or West Palm Beach. It's great. Yeah, some guy couldn't pay his dues, so I just picked up the house. I took over the dues, and you should see my golf cart. My wife's name on the side, and it's great. Every Thursday, they have a special at the deli. I come over here, and I can buy a whole tuna sandwich for half price. I eat half of it, and I bring the other home, and then my wife and I, we can have it the next day for lunch. I love this place. It's great. So they live a good life. They don't have to work. The car lease is on the shareholders. The dues for the place they live is on the shareholders. It's a pretty nice life. So then, I think what happened in the case of GTII is some good people. I'm not going to describe in any manner because I just want to protect identities. But I think some good people said, wow, this is what's going on. Let's call it out. Let's fight it. And that stock started running. And it got the system in trouble. It is separate. In fact, early on, a friend of mine invested in Finger Motion and in GTII, and then she told me she was putting these numbers out at such a high number. I said, hey, that's a piece of shit company. But then, she's a smart person. I started thinking about it. I said, well, just the same thing I'm trying to tell you. It's not the company. It's not the news. It's not what they do. The problem with from the other guy, the good for us with GTII early on is the Kramers newly within, I'd say within a 4-month period. I'm going to use round numbers. They reportedly had sold 50 million shares that didn't exist. 50 million shares that did not exist. Their clients. It's about 6, 7 guys on Long Clam, New York. They all know each other by chance. They all know each other by chance. And there was a very small float out. There was very little interest. No one's following the stock. And I think these good guys started buying the stock. And more people started buying it. More people started buying it. And GTII crossed whatever threshold the somnolent computers and regulatory compliance officers ignored, much like, for example, the guys that played at Chernobyl, the blinking red lights, they ignore it. They ignore it, and then it got in trouble. And my gosh, that thing caught on more buyers, brought in more, and it went from 9 cents to $9 on huge volume as you look back on it. For a company that had the simple idea that they would be sort of a public incubator of other companies, providing seriously, with no irony, the value added that GTII offered to companies was pristine, current financials and reporting. And look what GTI became. But anyway, at that point, the stock runs. And it just feeds on itself and feeds on itself and feeds on itself. I've already explained to you, I believe that there's a network of people in New York primarily. And it's like the Bonzinos calling the Bonzongos, calling the Corleones, and well, I for one will not be the one that breaks the peace we've made here. But if any of you, if a rock should fall on my son Michael, or if he is in an automobile accident, I will hold each of you responsible. So they make a deal. And they got GTI down. My learning process, I don't know if it's your learning process. I had the emotions. Somewhere I have a notebook of what I was going to do if I got out. I think I was going to, I don't remember now, but I think my first sales were 21, 30, 33 or 4 or something, and 50, and then 89, and then 144. And I had all these sales out there, and I knew what I was going to do. I have all that. So I look back, and I should know better. The stock's at 9, it breaks down to 8, 7, 6, 5. And I think Lululemon came out and said, we need to come over and COSM a bunch of just somewhat better than that bird brain squawking screaming kitty, meowing kitty, whatever the hell. But it got everybody to move. That COSM took $30 million out of the market. They're living on it. You and I, we're still talking about GTII. What happened? And who do we blame? And what can we do? They took the money. COSM took the money. $30 million, $35 million took, gone. Papered up, lawyers, investment banks, offshore accounts. Whoever they got to help sell it down, other than Frank and Lou, those guys, I think, look, they've been on Wall Street a long time. They didn't do it for free. I think they got paid, and I think they also traded it. They're not innocent. Oh, but you can't say that about somebody who's dead. All right. I'm not angry at them. I'm just calling it the way I see it. And then whatever clients came in, they started selling it down. Apparently Alpine took over the trade. Alpine got in trouble. The whatever help or fund that was behind this bought the best of the best attorneys. And they had a strategery. They went through Florida. They went to DC. They bought 3 years of time. They moved everything offshore. The Hurries, the one guy's sleeping with his young girlfriend. His wife looks like the fat matriarch in Richie Rich comic books. And they lived the life. They swung into action. I will not be the first to break this agreement we've made here. They don't break the agreement. So Corleone, he doesn't want us to do drugs. But he's got all the judges and the politicians in his pocket. I'm against this business with drugs. But we'll make peace. So his judges and contacts and regulators and policemen help tamp it all down. That's what goes on up there. So then, the way I read the question that comes to me, what's the update with GTII? As if GTII can ever go up. That's what I read, and I get annoyed. Because Roscoe Rocking Rocket Roger came in here too, spending money. It's probably not his money. It's my fight against the shorts, my $1 billion fight, and blah, 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 blah. What did he do? I couldn't stand the guy. So I never could listen to any of his calls. But he wove a story. Was he paid off by the shorts? Did he have a backer of a hedge fund that was going to short his stock? Was he backed by Jeffrey Lind's clients? A Yorkville? Who knows? But he took money out of the market. A shitload of money from us. And his stock was up briefly. And then he did the toxic deal. He did a reverse split. And he has contracts. Oh. And look at the detritus of his share price. That's just coincidence. That's just coincidence. Okay, it's just coincidence. Look at the guy that came in who I met and who I thought, in my naivety, was honest, smart, and was working against short selling and had knowledge of Wall Street. He went to SUNY New York. And he has just enough of a story to tell. Well, we're a content creator and we're there for people, creators. We're for creators, buzzword, and they can get followers, buzzword, and we give them tools, buzzword, to improve their writing and content, buzzword, and we shared revenue with them, and it's going to be an ecosystem, buzzword, and it's in the cloud, buzzword, and there's going to be monthly subscription and buzzword, and everybody's going to make money, buzzword, and our revenues are going to, and we have, and guess what? We have a catalog of women who were fat when they took the picture. They wear negligees. The lighting is dark and they're nude, but most of the time there's no sexual act going on. And we have the articles, but these pictures, man, they're going to be hot sellers. I mean, today you've got Lily Blue Bell girl sleeping with 1,000 men in 16 hours on OnlyFans, and that cannot compete with the value of these pages, the original photographs that Mr. Penthouse took in the 80s, 70s, and 80s. I mean, the 90s. These have value. All right, well, let's raise money. Let's put it all in a package. Let's find somebody. Well, the company that shorted this stock is a company called Lynn Partners, so their clients. Well, let's start buying and let's get it in trouble. And I'm going to start a communist bloc, and we're gonna have all the CEOs, and we're gonna fight this, and I'm gonna give a speech, and we're gonna run it up. Well, wait a minute. When I spoke to the guy, I told him what was going to happen, what is happening, and he said, "Well, do you have any proof?" I said, "No, you can't prove it. I can tell you the mechanics of it. The only people that can prove it are the SEC or FINRA, or if you collectively could get all the brokerage firms to act together. But there's no proof." Oh, well, all right, okay. Well, okay, I'll see. Never heard from him again. Never heard from him again. He raised money from Lynn Partners a second time. So it makes you wonder, was he in on it from the beginning? Did he just go through this fight to get in front of you, to raise money from you? It's a possibility. He put out PR that said he sees no evidence of short selling. I mean, that's either willfully dumb, on drugs, gay lover with the guy, or it's criminal. I don't know. I have no idea what that was. But then he reversed his stock 1 for 500 for 1. Look at the price. So when you ask me, what's the update on GTII? My reaction is, what the F does it matter? That's my reaction. But then I start thinking, some of you just want to know. Some of you are learning. Some of you want to get the fullest justice against these criminals as possibly can. And some of you, which is where I get frustrated, want your stock to go back to what you paid for it. That's the part I get frustrated on. I'm not disparaging any of you. I'm not particularly disparaging the CEOs, although I think rocking Rob and Roger, and I think Gus Flea, whatever his name is at COSM, I think they were in on it. I'm 50-50 on the guy at Vocal. The problem is he doesn't like to think of himself as stupid. So the only other alternative is complicit. I mean, it's pretty black and white. But how many times does it have to happen before you see that the shills that come on here and say, oh, pump and dump? Well, who pumped? Who pumped? Who benefited? Who dumped? I can't speak. I mean, maybe there's some group of people out there I don't know about. But I think in the case of COSM, the two guys that came told you to move it were paid off to do it. But I think they may have had clients. I know that one of the guys bought early, so they pumped and got out and dumped. I think the CEO of COSM pumped and dumped. I think the investment banker, it's not an investment banker. It's just a guy with a phone and a willingness to deceive. He pumped and dumped. And I think it's the same in Vocal, pump and dump. I think in Mullen, pump. It's all pump, but it's not, I don't think, by people who see an idea, see that a short squeeze might be happening. I think it's by the Jeff Lynns, the Kramers, the Yorkvilles, the R.E. Fleischman, or whatever his name was. The Aubrey advisors, the Chadrons. These people come in and pump the CEO on what they can do. They come out full on. The stock starts to move. They raise the money and cover the shorts. They sell the stock down and give the CEO his own money or her own money. This is a system. This is an industrial scale strategy by a handful of men, probably at the top of our financial markets. These are Wall Street's neocons. They are declaring war on us, but the entire financial system. And they'll take money out of it for as long as they can, and then it'll blow up. It's the same thing. Anyway, when I analyze that there may be 4 or 5 different kinds of people asking that question, what is the update on GTII? I think 4 out of the 5 should be given as full an explanation as they can be. And I think the fifth should be as well. My frustration is because I haven't gotten across what's going on. You have to assume that everyone calling in with a gravelly voice, whiskey and cigarettes, everyone telling you they have all this experience, everyone pretending to access to clients that they just were given access to, everyone telling a story is playing you. Everyone is in on the sting. You are the sucker. So what does it boil down to that we should be doing? Well, I don't think we have any time left. I don't know what you were doing, but I was trying to make money. I mean, I wanted to make enough money I wanted to negotiate to keep my house. I wanted to do that. I also wanted to make enough money then to buy back my house. And, so those were reasons that I got into GTII and Finger and then CRTD. And so was my thinking clouded by hope that, oh, this is going to be this one magical thing? Probably. Was my thinking affected by the price action and that it seemed to be working? If you saw the movie The Sting, Lonergan comes in and does a test run while my favorite Martian is reading off the race. And then there's a raid. No, the raid comes later, I guess. But his first taste works. The first taste works. So then he brings in the big bucks. Then there's the police raid, and he loses it. That's the Sting. So my initial experience for me in GTII Finger and with CRTD, they went up. It was working. There was a short squeeze going on, I figured. And then when that matched with my experience over many years on Wall Street, I thought, well, there's something here. And then I was also learning. I knew of the two aspects of short selling I knew about. I moved offshore. I moved to London, and I did a lot of, I called myself a banker, but we raised a lot of money and did a lot of, both for public and private companies. And I learned, and I'm going to forget it now, I'm going to screw it up, but I think there was a Reg H or G or D. Anyway, there was a safe harbor for foreign entities to sell stock into these offerings that they didn't own. So I knew that if a stock had a secondary or were going public, there were some people that could sell the stock right away or sell it beforehand. And they somehow had a safe harbor. But I never thought it was huge. I just thought it was a few people doing that. And that it would, I believed the propaganda. It was more of an accommodation to get the deal done. It wasn't systematized. I also knew from years, Bear Stearns was the main place that did it, that there was a failure. If there was a failure to deliver or pay for a trade, in my case, that's where I knew it. You could and I don't know what money's changed hands, but you could call it Bear Stearns. And with my accounts, if they didn't pay, they had 5 days to pay. I could automatically get 2 days. So they had 7 days to pay. Then the phone call started. And, I'd be out for coffee when the call came. So at 10:30, I wasn't at my desk. I come back. Molly said, "Oh, Ralph called." Really? What did he want? He didn't say. So then I got a long lunch. And then my afternoon meeting takes me all the way to 4:15. Hey, Ralph, I was away from my desk. What was it? Well, we have a sellout on, account such and such. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't. So that I bought another day, and now he tells me he'll get the money coming in. I mean, the shares or whatever the question was are coming in, and it'll be here. It'll be here by Friday. Well, I don't. Thanks. I'll let regional know, but I all right. Then, of course, I work it through Friday. I hide from the phone calls. I go into George. I say, George, the guy says he's going to bring it in today, but it might be Monday. Well, let me see what I can do. Ralph, Billy here tells me that the shares will be in by Monday. Is there anything we can do? All right, and click. All right, you have till Monday. So anyway, that could go on. The window of all that dance could go on back then, as I experienced it, for up to 21 days. It was the house call. The firm could shut it down anytime. Your manager could shut it down. Regional could shut it down. But at the end of 21 days, there was no discussion. There wasn't anyone to call. It was just going to be closed out. Well, in what a guy like me at a brokerage firm, I couldn't avail myself of it. But what guys would do at these smaller broker dealers, like there was one out in California called Said and Co. Not the Said and Co. It's different. The guy I think his name was John Said, something like that. Anyway, and there's others. I don't want to pick on him. There were many of them. And I'm not saying he ever did this, by the way, but there are these smaller broker dealers, smaller money registered guys that would manage money. And if it got to that 21-day period in hedge funds, then they could move it. They could call Bear Stearns and move that trade. So they would move it from Morgan Stanley to Bear Stearns, and another 21 days would start. I didn't know the mechanics. I presumed that it got settled one place or the other. I never knew the mechanics. So when I saw that this was happening here and it was explained to me, it made perfect sense. Perfect sense that these shorts were being trapped. I used to live it. And the stocks were going up. Was that part of a sting? I suppose it could have been, but I don't think so. I think it was working. I think it was working. And I think it did work in AMC, did work in GME. And there's been, I don't know, 24 stocks since that it's worked. It's just that Wall Street has industrialized this. And It's like the meeting in The Godfather. It's in the best interests of all parties to meet and agree to help each other out. And they do. They do. This is best shown in MMTLP, my opinion. So what have I learned? I don't know what you've learned. I've learned that I think short squeezes don't happen when I'm in the stock. I think that short squeezes rarely go like GME or AMC. Those were supposed to go much higher too. I think short squeezes come when the shorts are surprised by the volume of buying out of nowhere. They didn't expect it. I think short squeezes accelerate as the bad guys start losing money. They're only human. I've noticed that news doesn't do anything. Zero. Never does a thing. I think that the selling occurs by computers. And I think those same computers read news stories and headlines. That's why Bazinga puts out fraudulent news research reports. I think Wall Street will do anything to stop a squeeze, and I think it's a group of men that do it. I think criminality is on a scale higher than the criminality of the Ukraine war, higher than the criminality of the drug cartels. So when you ask me for an update, and I hear, I might be wrong, but I hear you're hoping to make your money back. I don't think I have fully explained to you what I believe is happening on Wall Street. Or I haven't effectively explained it to you. Everybody is in on it. Everybody is in on it. Now, I have found through this group, you and others that I don't know as well, that there's a lot of good people trying to fight this, including yourself. But if I can just talk about Wall Street as others for the time being, we're not going to win. We're not going to win being amateurs. We're not going to win by turning on each other. We're not going to win by chasing stocks that are going up. And when a stock comes down, our first reaction is, oh, there must be bad news. It's just a recipe. It is so amateur. They fleece us. They love it. They love to bring full of shit Roger the preening rabbit out. And he loves it. He's a narcissist. And he raises money. But they're letting him have his piece. And he thinks he's a king. But they're shorting his shareholders down. And they're making tens of millions of dollars. But they're doing it across every single stock. Adina Friedman steps into a position at NASDAQ. She has no idea what she's doing. She has no idea what she's selling. She has no idea the risks, the needs, nothing. All she knows, she wants women on the boards of the companies. But every year, and I don't know the figure, but every year, 1,500 companies get delisted. Does that mean 1,500 companies on NASDAQ find out that NASDAQ sucks? Or does it mean that 1,500 companies earned their way onto NASDAQ? They had the team that worked so hard. They had the idea, the revenues, and the investors to get on NASDAQ. But when they got there, 1,500 a year, when they got there, it turns out they were doofuses, didn't know what they were doing, had a bad business plan. Now it's the markets are systemically designed to get you to passively give your money to BlackRock. And then BlackRock or Goldman Sachs hires an attorney and somebody in the shadow that goes to find Seth Kramer. And then they work with pools of money and offshore. They buy out the regulators, they elide securities laws, and they just start selling. And this is with a T. With a T. It's trillions of dollars. Trillions. And it's hidden behind the massive printing of money by the United States government. These banks, as soon as the US government runs into our financial markets collapse, they'll go to China, they'll go elsewhere, and they'll get religion, so to speak. They won't cheat anymore. They're not loyal to us. Don't. So what do? I'll try to wrap it up. What do? I think you have to ask yourself, do you feel lucky? Well, do you? I think you have to ask, why am I investing? Why am I doing this? I'll just talk about myself. I was a different person 2.5 years ago. Maybe you didn't change, but I have. So I don't blame anyone. But I look back and I say to myself, gosh, that was unrealistic. I was really caught up in the idea that the systems work, someone cared, and they were going to buy in these shares because they're going to follow the rules. Now, what, 2.5, 3 years later? Example after example after example. Shill after shill after shill. After having my life threatened and my health threatened, having seen them come on and predict what they were going to do, just scumbags. Having researched it, having walked the halls of Congress, having gone, I initially went all by my own son in front of the SEC. I don't talk about it, but I went down there by myself before anybody did F all. Nervous, set up my phone, didn't know what I was doing, and tried to do something. But in the time since then, what I recognize is the regulators don't care. I believe they're bought off. Is it outright, or is it just the promise of a job at Baker Hostetler or Gibson done? Is it just the promise of a job at SAC or Goldman Sachs? I don't know. But they are emasculated. And probably literally. Probably women are in all the jobs and they got to get home to their kids. That's unfair. I know that's unfair. I know that's unfair. I take that back. So I think you have to examine what you're doing. But I'll tell you as we go forward what's on my mind. We don't have any time left. No one's listening to me. I actually think, and I have a lot of doubts about it as I read the headlines, and that's what you have to do. You have to pick your guiding star and stick to it. As the waves rock you and the winds go and the clouds cover, you got to try to stick to that. Unless something up here with the 5% of the brain that we use consciously tells you you're wrong. But otherwise, you got to go. But your gut's going to be telling you this. Your subconscious is going to be telling you this. Your friends are going to be telling you something else. And you know what? I've been right most of the time. And it's not about me. This is not about me. This is that what I'm reading, seeing, and studying has guided me correctly. Does that mean I'll be correct tomorrow? I have no idea. But what it means to me is we got 6 months. That's it. 6 months to try to make some money, if that's what you want to do, in stocks. Long. I think after that, it's going to be a period of time that's going to be I'm giving you rough numbers. It's going to be a period of time that's going to be confusing, because I think we're headed to a blow off top like the Weimar Republic, where the monies that are out there and the lack of alternatives are going to drive people into the stock market. I think it's quite possible that Europe is going to go to war. And the gold is coming here because of that. I don't think Putin's going to start it. I think these idiots, it's for you. But anyway, I think after the market goes up, like the coyote that runs off the cliff, the world's going to recognize that we're in it depends on how you define depression, but in the most strict definition of depression, we're already in it. So I think you're going to see a contraction. It's hard to call it. That's why it's confusing. But I think you're going to see a contraction in available monies. Why? Because I think you're already seeing it. Commercial real estate is collapsing. What happened? Use the example of the company in New York City. The building, I forget the exact numbers. The building was worth 210 million or something, and they bought it for 8 million. You remember the one. I'm sure I got it wrong. But what happens to that 200 million in value? Well, in this modern monetary theory woman's view, you just print some more money. But that is happening. It's happening in the Ukraine. It's happening at USAID. It's happening at Chelsea Clinton's account and Hunter Biden's account. But when loans come out of the market, that contracts money supply. So after we have this, I think, blow off top and unpredictable things go wrong, I think there could be a collapse in everything, including gold and silver, by the way. But, and I'm not just making that, I listen to different people, and I'm trying to synthesize everything. But I think what's going to happen is one more step into the breach. I think the Fed will try to rescue the United States, the world. They'll try to rescue the banks one more time while the banksters move assets around, convert your work, your future work, into their hard assets. They'll take the time to convert dollars into gold, silver, Ukrainian farmland. They are making us all serfs on their, I don't know what the Russian word for plantation is. Kulak, I forget. But that's what's happening. So anyway, I think the Fed, after we, sometime by this September, October, I'll pick it. We'll have an October crash. Will we? I don't know, but that's usually when it happens. We'll have an October crash. The Fed will come in. Look, it'll move around. The Fed is initially going to be fighting Trump, keeping rates high. They're not going to succumb to his pressure. And then they probably don't want what happened last time to happen. So they might be late. That's one school of thought that I agree with. But when it becomes apparent how much trouble everybody's in, the Fed will lower interest rates. This is the part of this prediction that I think is the most risky, because if the Fed does not control interest rates, the Fed does not control interest rates. Interest rates and the Fed control of them is a confidence game. It's the Wizard of Oz. If the bond market goes past a point of return, and this is the dance the Fed is fighting right now, it won't matter what, and then our lives change. Our lives change. But in my very primrose, perfect path, which might not happen because human beings are involved, panic's involved, and the bond market could collapse at any time. I think we're going to much higher highs in the market. I then think we're going to have just a bloody collapse. And then I think the Fed is going to they're going to buy everything. Everything. I think they'll expand their balance sheet. One guy says to 20 trillion. I bet they expand it to 50 trillion. Why stop? Why stop? To me, it'll be the last chance for the banksters, the 5 or 6 guys at the top, to use the dollar and the US financial markets as a conduit to claiming hard assets. And anyway, the market will rally, but not to the highs it had been, and not for long. How long? I don't know, 18 months, the end of the Trump administration, into the Marco Rubio administration. I don't know. So let's say 3 to 5 years at the, I think you could have the market at all-time highs this year, the crash start this year or next. The Fed comes in, it rallies back 1, 2, 3 years, maybe the end of the decade. But by the time I get to Phoenix, she'll be rising. She'll see the note I left for her on the door. I don't know. By the time I'm trying to think of a marker, and I can't think of one. Sometime by the end of this decade or the beginning of the next. Yeah, that's a marker. How about on the 100th anniversary of the great crash of the market? How about 1929, 2029? Maybe that. But I think it'll follow a similar pattern, by the way. The market crashed, but it did rally, and then it went down. I think it'll be 2 generations, at least, probably 3 generations, before America and the world is ever financialized again like this. You can still make money. You can still make money. It's just going to be different. What you're seeing right now is speculative fever. For guys to come on here and tell you that GME is going to be at 30 in a week, that's just all a sign of the speculative top of the market. For people to come on and tell you that they can use Fibonacci or Elliott wave or this or that, which all work, by the way. They all work, I think. But when everybody's doing it, it's not so much a sign of that people want to speculate. I think it's a sign of the desperateness. Me too. And it's the turn to the financial markets to preserve our way of life, our middle class or upper class way of life. It's a way of preserving our purchasing power, our standard of living. And it's a sign of what's to come. So anyway, back to what GTII and the rest. I think we have maybe 6 months to buy a rail town, 6 months to buy a Nix, 6 months to buy a Finger, 6 months to buy a G-Bucks. But don't get me wrong. Each of those might have a different context. And that's what I think that's going to be the rule, the question I want to leave you with if you're even listening this long. When you buy a stock, do you even think why you're buying it? I'll talk about myself. When I bought GTII, I was buying it for the speculative move. I forget what I paid. It was under $1, probably well under $1. But I was buying it for the speculative move, which would happen right away of a short squeeze. So, by definition, I was buying it as a speculative trade. Now, as a speculative trade, as we're in this world of financialization, I think there's at least 2 ways of looking at speculative trading. Now, it wasn't prevalent when I first got started. In fact, it was frowned upon. But speculative trading is like I just described. I bought, well, I can say how much I bought. I bought, I forget, 110, I think it was 110,000 shares of GTII. I was buying that for a speculative trade. But I was also buying it because I was believing what I was being told about a short squeeze going on. And then I had my own experiences and my eyes, but I didn't account for that some of the people that were supposedly in our scrum were actually the agents of popping that squeeze, paid off. That the system is so powerful. So anyway, the other way, so I got in it. My point is, I got in it, and it was a speculative trade with a target. The other way to get into a speculative trade is to day trade or to do a short-term trading. Like a friend of mine bought GTII at 82 cents pops into my head, and it ran to 4.71. Anyway, it ran over 4, and he got out at 225 or 240, I think 225. And he said, I said, why'd you get out? That's a great trade, but why'd you get out? It's in this good. And he said, I'm happy. I'll take that. And he did it within about a week, 2 weeks. So that was short-term trading. And he didn't let the story change his mind. It was the chart. It ran, it pulled back, he got out. And then the other iteration is day trading. And some guys come on here and they tell you on the 5-second chart, Madonna is being, turned into 16 years old again. I don't know, 5-second chart. Who the hell cares? But that's a different kind of trading. And so you have to ask yourself, I'm buying this for speculative purposes, and that's different than saying it's a speculative investment. I'm buying this for speculative purposes. Am I buying it because I have a target in mind, a specific idea? Am I buying it for a short-term trade? And this friend of mine's a day trader. But am I buying it for a short-term trade? And if it runs, I get out. Or if it runs and pulls back, I get out. Or am I a day trader? And you got to answer those. I'll tell you, for me, I'm not a day trader. I don't want to be. I could not imagine a greater hell than, and I've done it. I have done it, but I can't imagine a greater hell than making my living sitting in front of a screen and day trading from 9:30 to 4, and they're going to turn it into 24-hour trading. I just can't. Now, other guys do it as effortlessly as Roger Federer backhand. So it's just a different makeup. I mean, if you're somebody that your brain works and your gut works and you've learned some patterns, it's fantastic. I don't want to be a day trader. There are guys here who are good at it, and there's guys doing charts that are good at it. For me, my speculative trades are either I'm buying it because I think there's going to be a short squeeze, or I'm buying it because I think Alibaba's going to buy 15% of it, something, some story, and I'll wait to see what happens. Or I recognize there's momentum in the stock. I'm going to go ahead and buy and see how far it goes, make my decision then. But if it pulls back, I'll probably get out. There's no hard and fast rule, but that's one aspect of why you would buy into a stock. Another is to invest. So is this a speculation, or is this an investment? Now, an investment can be speculative. And I would argue right now, every single investment in the stock market right now is speculative. Every single one. With the exception, I have to admit, of the miners and oil and gas. And there's probably a couple of other industries. But all the ones that you are in and the market talks about, it's all speculative. If you buy NVIDIA right now, it's speculative. On the other hand, when you read about NVIDIA and you follow it and the power of these GPU chips but then I wonder for the safety of the planet, how much energy it takes. NVIDIA can go much higher, but it's priced for perfection. The stock market is going to be a market of stocks rather than a stock market. You can make money. Don't get me wrong. It's just going to be different. But we're going to have to learn things. So if you buy something as an investment, it can be speculative. I'll give you an example. I own Railtown AI in my IRA. That, for me, is a speculative buy. What am I waiting for? I originally bought Railtown because I thought, and I purely based this on a private software service company for oil and gas that I am raising money for, unsuccessfully so far. But it's the same, it's the exact same concept. So once it clicked in my head, as they say across the pond, they say the penny dropped, and I went, wow, this is what's happening. So I originally bought Railtown because I thought once they start marketing their product and they show it works, the value of the company is going to jump up the hockey stick and they'll sell out. Logical. I didn't know when, but the value jump would happen as soon as the product was confirmed to add that value. And better than oil and gas, everybody in the world loves AI. Everybody can talk about it. They have all committees. They have investment committees. They have mutual funds. They have research. Everybody knows AI. So that's why I originally, and that's why I was so excited in December, the conference and all that. But with the last news story on Railtown, I think the story's gotten much bigger. So I'll try to put numbers to it, but I don't have enough information to give good numbers. But where I thought Railtown might go from 30 cents to maybe $3 on a run-up of confirmation of product, and then possibly into the teens. And frankly, as I sat working it out and trying to use the metrics that I don't totally understand, I thought a buyout by, let's say, an AMD or a Microsoft or I don't know who else is in their partner list, NVIDIA even, could come at 20, 25, 30, $35. When I no idea, but it all made sense to me. It still does make sense to me. It still does make sense to me. I'll tell you the basics. If you take the multiple of the revenues they could create by the number of shares they have or might have, it gets you up into those numbers all day long in a buyout. But now you read this last research report, and so I figured, look, I buy it. They're going to prove up the value. The market will recognize that, and then they're going to get so many buyout offers because there's going to be a race potentially to buy out this technology because it's first in show and maybe best in show. Anyway, when you read the last news story on Railtown, they are acquiring a young but prestigious confab of the self-proclaimed top 160 AI companies in North America. And I hope I'm not confusing press releases in my head. I think it said that it's meant to be definitive. You have to read that yourself. But they talk about rolling up these companies. And then there's the piece on Twitter from a PR woman, I forget her name right now, Kelsey Kendrick. And I don't know her per se, but her presentation is excellent and it makes sense. She says there's 400 million in revenue in those companies. So my point is, Railtown, once they make another announcement, which is implied by the announcement they already made, they have to make, there has to be a conclusion to that story. And I would guess within the next 2 to 4 weeks. If Railtown now is going to agglomerate several companies or more and become a much larger company, selling the conductor platform, it may turn into an investment for me. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Under that scenario, I mean, I see numbers of $50 or even $100 or more a share. The problem with turning something into an investment is time. Time is a threat to all trades, and time doesn't match up to my scenario that the stock market is both going to have this tremendous 30, 40, 50% upward swing, at least per the indices, and then have a collapse. So I haven't decided yet, but for now it's a speculative trade, but it could turn into an investment. Finger motion is another, at these prices, I think finger motion could be treated as a speculative trade or a speculative investment, or both, So you have to decide as you buy it, am I speculating for a trade or am I doing it as an investment? Could you day trade finger motion? Sure. I don't have the skills, the talent. I can't tell you the Fibonacci retracement pullback and it counts to this. I used to call Harry Lobsher technician, and I'd say, Harry, can you give me the what your target is for Apple Computer? I have a client owns 25,000 shares. Oh, hey, hello, Billy. Hello, Billy. Let me see. Apple Computer. Let me see it. It's $17, and it counts. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay, Billy. It counts to 21 on the upside, but if you see it pull back at 11 and a quarter, you might see it run back down to 10. But it looks good. I'm like, good Lord, how does he do this? And he was correct most of the time. That guy came down and filled an auditorium at the Mayflower Hotel when interest rates were I can't remember. Interest rates were 12%, 10%, 11%. And he filled the auditorium and he gave the talk. Most people don't care about charts and numbers and they lose their mind. But he said that our interest rates would go to zero. And I forget now what year, but it was in this century. And you know what? That's a pretty bold call. I didn't believe him, but it did happen. So anyway, finger motion right now at $1.20 has, and I'm not going to bore you with long explanations, but it has earnings report coming up. It has annual report coming up. It might have a research report coming up. It has more clarification on the contract regarding the C2 emergency vehicles. It might have more news on the insurances, as my friend would say, the two insurance companies. There's one thing I'm leaving out there. Oh, there's this rumor. I don't believe the rumor that Alibaba is going to buy into it. I think it makes sense they might collaborate with the vehicle company, but anyway, we'll find out. Those things come in over the next week to 7 weeks. You might have a trade-in finger. You might have day trading, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip. You might have options to trade. You might, all manner of things in the short run to trade on finger, day trading or situational trading. But it also might set up an investment, because if the things come for finger that sound like they're coming, it could be something that you want to own for the next cycle. And by the way, it might be outside of a US stock market crash because its earnings are offshore and because there may be a movement of the AI and the telecom and all these other technology things over to Southeast Asia and China. I think that's a stretch. But we'll find out if the two separate. I think the whole world's going to trade together, but we'll find out. You got to be willing to adjust over time. So I really like Finger right now as a tradable stock, but also as an investment. This G-Bucks looks awful as it's traded down, but I look back on short squeezes and they all have this pattern sometimes. So I'm not ready to give up on it. I think it's down 60%, 55%. That's pretty far. But the shorts haven't covered. And their gimmick, they're using the same tricks they did on all these stocks, but they don't have a Benedetto, they don't have a Lou Bravo, they don't have a Gus Fliakos to come in and woo us away. They don't have to go to a Jeffrey Lind or a Kurt Seth. They don't have to go to an Ari Yorkville. They don't have that need. So that exit isn't available in G-Bucks. For the criminals. I suppose they could just find, call up Ken Griffin and say, could you just sell us down and down and down? But it's such, this is something Ham tries to get across to you. It's such a bad bet for Ken Griffin or Steve Cohen or legal or illegal to short a stock from $4 in enough size to rescue these punks. Well, do you, punk? It's a nonsensical bet. It's as stupid as launching missiles into Russia because Hillary Clinton lost an election. It's on that level of insanity. So I don't think it's going to happen in G-Bucks. I don't think anybody's going to come rescue. You ostensibly have $100 million coming in. That's the one that was meant to be definitive, the $100 million. And other things have been said about Goldman Sachs and whatever. I personally think G-Bucks has as good a chance of anything I've seen in 3 years to be a short squeeze. Am I going to be right? No. But let's go back to my little choice set, my little tree of choices. I bought GBUX because I'm making a highly speculative trade that I recognize a short squeeze in progress. That doesn't mean it goes straight up. Short squeezes are highly volatile, highly volatile. It's like a I can't think of an example. I imagine, I've never seen it, but it'd be like a cat having captured a rat and having his mouth on suffocating the cat and the rat starts doing everything, fighting, pulling, fighting. The shorts are going to do everything. But they may be, and that's what I think it is in G-Bucks, they may be in those death throes. Am I right? I don't know. It is highly speculative. But if I am right, I think G-Bucks, and remember, what I think goes on now with short squeezes, the necessary ingredients, it's not news. It's not fundamentals. It's not management, other than they don't do a deal with Jeff Lind. It's that the movement in the stock price has caught the shorts by surprise. This is number one thing. The number two thing to me is that they're losing money. So they're going to buy it in. They're going to throw all of their other strategies out of the window. If it's a surprise and in a hurry, they're losing money. That's the short squeeze. These other fail-safe release valves they have, like bringing in an IR guy, bringing in a CEO to distract us, bringing in shills, selling the stock down, research reports. All these are their tried and mostly true methods of continuing to take money out of these corrupt markets. But in the case of G-Bucks, I don't see any of that working. And I left out going to Lynn Partners, for example. So I think G-Bucks tomorrow. Now on Friday, it was the last day of the month. Everything was down. I had a couple of you asked, what's going on? What's going on with Railtown? Is there news? Is it down? I didn't answer because I turned off in a huff. But Railtown was down because one of the reasons, the shorts in it wanted to show to their customers a better profit at the end of the month on paper. That's all it is. So I think tomorrow, the shorts will try to sell everything off in the morning. And I think in any stock that has options positions, around 10:30, there might be a sell-off in those stocks. But I think the tendency tomorrow is for all of these stocks to go up because it's a new month. And that artificial selling will be gone. So for me, I don't have the money. If I did, I would buy a little bit of G-Bucks in any weakness tomorrow. And I still stand by my theory, or whatever you want to call it, that G-Bucks is in the middle of a squeeze. I will change my mind as soon as I see something that changes my mind. But that's what I think on G-Bucks. And if G-Bucks were to start to go up next week, so let me say it again. I would add or establish positions tomorrow. And of course, nothing on this is financial advice. If it starts to run and it gets back up into the single digits and higher, it's up to you, but maybe you take your original money off the table so the rest is for free. My opinion, though, if G-Buck starts to run, you might as well let it go a little while before you take that money off the table, because they have shorted it. And if they can't make it stick, there will be some selling as the stock gets back to its near-term highs. But I think the stock can go to 20 range very quickly. And then maybe there's a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off, and then quickly up from there, if true buying comes in short covering. That's what I think could happen with G-Bucks. That's the reason I bought it. And I didn't buy it for an investment. I did not buy it for day trading. I did not buy it because I see some fundamental story there. What I see is the chance to be in a short squeeze. in G bucks, and I think it could start at any time. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but that's my theory there. Nix. I think Nix in November or whenever, October, I think it was Thanksgiving time. I don't know, sometime back there. They did 52 million shares and the stock went from nothing to 12 bucks pre-market, $8 during the day. And then it stopped. Stopped trading any volume. And it slowly wound down. I mean, it stayed in the $6 range and the $5 range, $4.50, and it slowly wound down. And then I don't remember when, but Nix came under this sharp downward pressure recently. I don't think it'll be $1.50 in the morning or $1.40. It might be. I don't think so. I think it'll snap back up somewhat, $2, $1.80 tomorrow. So is it done? What's the update? What's the scoop? What's the news? I don't have access to any of that. And I don't think the company can share that with anybody. But Nix put out news. They have a PR out. They already put it out. And if you take what they said as a reasonable guideline, remember, a CEO, if they lie, goes to jail. Kurt Kramer, if he lies, what me worry? Why me worry? I didn't lie to my brother. I didn't lie to my close circle. I just lied out amongst the great unwashed. Doesn't matter. Anyway, if you can take that PR reasonably as valid, I think Nixie also has a chance of one more burst of volume. They just did 62 million and stopped. So I don't get it. Those are two start stops. I think the third time will be the charm. And so you've had 50 million, 60 million. I don't know. I'd say this week or next. I don't know. But very soon. I wouldn't wait long. But I think Nix could have 100 million, 200, 150, 200 million in volume. And it'll go somewhere. How high will it go? It might be capped at that. You know how GME went to 80, then it went to 60, then it went to 30, high 30s, then it went to low 30s, then it just, it might be like that bouncing ball, and Nix can't get above 12 that it just did recently. But I think Nix has a chance to go to maybe 20. It could go, these are short squeezes. It could go much higher than that, 25, 30, 40. I think with Nix, though, because of the previous two start stops, I'd be much quicker to sell. I think if you got into Nix or you own Nix at 140, 150, you got to pick your numbers. But if it went to 8, if it went to 12, if it went to 15, I think I'd be much more inclined with Nixie to just hit the bid. And if it runs to 50, just congratulate somebody else. Wow, you made that much money. That's great. That's how I feel about Nixie, because, Down south, we have a saying, you can fool me once, but if you fool me, well, we ain't gonna get fooled again. You don't want to be fooled the third time. So G-Bucks, I think, could just be the legitimate run. Nixie could too, of course, but I think I would just let somebody else have the fun. But I think you can double, triple, quadruple your money, whatever, in a quick. When the volume's there, get out on Nixie. On Finger, I think all day long it's a great buy. I think it's going to go back to 150. Well, that's not that exciting, but that's the logical first stop. That's the offering that Roth Capital did. I think from 150, from my memory of the chart, you could get to 210, 220. That's a reasonable stopping point. I think it was one of the moving averages. But I think with Finger, you could double, triple, quadruple your money from here as well. But it has the advantage of also being an investment. G-Bucks, I'm sorry, Nix. Well, people will tell you Nix has this long-term great story, and it may well be true, but let's see it in a news release. Let's see it in practice. This last PR implies it, but let's get a little more detail. So Nix could turn out to be an investment, but I've already given you my views on that. Finger motion, I think at $1.50, you could see $3, $4, $5, $6 fairly soon, within weeks. And that could set up, by the way, a short squeeze. It could set up a short squeeze. I'm not saying there's no chance of that. But it also could set up that then you want to be in Finger for the longer term as an investment. When the markets hit trouble, not all stocks are going to go down. It's just going to be the ones in the indices first, in my opinion. All right. So that's Nixie, that's Finger, that's G-Bucks. Oh, ZJYL and GDC. I don't know anything. Whenever Ham is asked that question, I notice that he is still quite responsive on ZJYL. So if he knows something, and that's a thin read to grab, I think ZJYL might be the one to buy or establish a position in. But I don't think it has the urgency of G-Bucks, Nix, or Finger. If you think about it, a lot of the same people are in all these stocks. So ZJYL is cheap right now, and it may go back up, I don't know, 50% or more while you wait for these others to trade. But at that point, maybe you have a profit that you can roll in, yes, at a higher price. But think everybody else might be doing it too. So you might catch a wave in CJYL that way. Another way is just to buy it now and just wait. My timing can be off on all of this. GDC, it doesn't seem like Hams is interested, but I personally think ZJYL and GDC have the same people who were originally involved in those two stocks. I haven't heard anything to say they're not involved. So I think those are interesting to own if you can accept the fact they're not really investments, but you have to wait for the speculative wins to overtake them. So it might be, you have to be patient probably in those. I don't know anything about MLSS except this shot that you give to a woman's spine that sounds so painful, but maybe less painful than giving birth. I don't know. The whole thing. Apparently that's going well. So I think MLSS might be more of a short-term trade or an investment than a short squeeze play, which could turn into that squeeze. But anyway, I think I met the guy that's making the recommendation, and he has decades of financial background, Wall Street background. So I think MLSS is a reasonable position to hold. I'm trying to go through the list that everybody asked me. GTII, guys, I would listen to the team of Richard and JR. They do a yeoman's job of keeping you informed, but they also know what they're talking about. From a legal side, I don't. I go through the legal system like I go through the red light district in Amsterdam. Rarely, and in a state of just get me the hell out of here. So I would listen to that. My summary on GTI right now is it's completely worthless. Nobody's going to do anything for us out of the charity of their heart. I think it's a flip of the coin at best that GTII even gets through receivership, giving us any meaningful value. It might just be that all we have, it might just be wiped out. Then we have nothing. It might be that we keep our position in a shell. And so you can split $300,000 perhaps value of a crappy shell. You can divide it by 350 million shares. It could be that. It could be that this team coming in and organized and all, and it could work out. I'm not saying it won't. Is able to take advantage of the existing naked short position, which I think is an open question. I do not believe the criminals or the receiver will allow the power of that short position to exist after the receivership is over. I could be wrong on that. But one way to diminish the power of the short squeeze is a reverse split. I just do not see how a reverse split does not happen. Well, he said nothing's going to happen for a year. Well, 6 months will go by before it's out of receivership. I don't know. So I'm not all that. No, let me be clear. I think our shares of GTII right now are worthless and will remain so. And I think it's foolish to buy shares in the expert market. I just think it's foolish. If you want to throw away money, I think you do better down at the roulette table. Or if you want to make a reasonable place to put money, because you don't buy my argument at all about Railtown. You think it's insanity, my argument of why it's going to go up. I think that'd be a better place to buy shares, Railtown, than GTII right now. Now, having said all that, I think there will be an opportunity potentially when the CEO, because it's the only reason he's interested in this show, in my opinion. He knows he's got 800 people who will listen to him, 800 people who very likely will consider giving money to him. And maybe 100 people do. And he can finance his first stage of growth. So I think you will get an opportunity to make a decision about whether or not you want to try to make money again in GTII, which, by the way, is another amateur thing, but I'll save that for another call. The goal is to make money, not to make money in the stock you lost money in. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time. MMTLP, I believe, is going to get a lot of help from the change in administration. I think the hard work that dozens of people joined by hundreds is going to come to fruition. I do think it's important that each of us move our shares to Nextbridge. And the shorts have been extraordinarily effective. They've paid off an affable, good, argumentative, but good guy. And they've infiltrated our spaces enough to get us to sit on our hands. And this has given a lot of time for them to work. And it's taken the phallus out of his phallus out of Greg McCabe's hand. And I just think it's unfair. We need to move our shares of non-existent, of MMTLP, into Nextbridge. That single action alone is something we each can do. If the transfer agent has allocated 165 million shares in the transfer agent's computers, whether it's physically held at your home or at the transfer agent, not on Wall Street, not on the broker dealers. At that point, Greg McCabe will have the power to go to Ann Wagner and say, Jane, you ignorant slut. Here are the numbers. We have no more shares. Whatever people are telling you, they are counterfeit. So I think the single biggest thing all of us can do is transfer our shares. Ignore double D. I know the hesitancy is that there's going to be some sort of quick settlement for the injustice that Wall Street did to us. And if we self-cure that injustice, Wall Street won't pay us anything. I find that argument a little convoluted, but okay, maybe. I really take the opposite side of that. I think Wall Street and the legal system will say, you had a chance to self-cure and you didn't take it, and you're coming to us for money? Get out of here. That's what I think will happen. So I don't think your strongest argument is that if I hang on to my placeholder called MMTLP or my placeholder called Nextbridge, Trump's going to come rescue me and pay me because Wall Street should have given me my shares almost 2 years ago. I know it's pretty weak. That is a weak argument. You can go get your shares, which is in fact all Wall Street owes you. Now, before you get bleak and say that I'm being too negative, where I think the reward will come now that there's a change in administration, I think there will be transparency. I think there will be some manner of redacted blue sheets without Epstein's name on it. And I think there will be, I don't know if they can speed up the legal process, but it might come to a point where the cameras, the bully pulpit of the presidency, could put pressure on Congress. So where are the sources of money for of settlement, of payout for us? To me, pain and suffering, opportunity cost, the short squeeze, the interference, tortious or otherwise, in the running of the management of Nextbridge and at Texas land, the Texas University land. And fraud at FINRA, fraud at Fidelity, and then fraud, just complete negligence at your brokers, they didn't ask for delivery. These are very large settlements. These would be fruitful. These would be gigantic. I think it'll take a while, and I think there could be surprises, but I think there's the potential for enormous wins in those areas. But my argument to you is you're going to get that anyway. If you own shares of Nextbridge, you'll get it because it happened to you. But if you own shares of MMTLP, this false placeholder, it might be all you get, and it's going to take time, and you're subject to the risks that a new administration comes in by the time it's done, that the lawyers win. I'd rather have a shot at both returns of money. Both Greg McCabe turns Nextbridge into a highly successful oil and gas company, and I can get a return there. And I got all this fraud money. I'm not a lawyer, but when you commit fraud, that's serious. So anyway, that's MMTLP, and I'm optimistic, by the way. Which other stocks are there? I think I talked about them all, didn't I? Vocal's dead. Screw that. MULN. I don't even know why you're looking at it. MMAT, I'd put in that same category that if they can prove that these groups out in Germany or elsewhere are part of this and that FINRA shorted it, you'll get your money from FINRA. I can't remember any other stocks, so I'm kind of stuck. Um, if you give me a second, I'm going to go use the little boys' room and I'll look at your questions and I'll talk about gold and silver. All right, that was long. That was long. I didn't expect to talk. That was all off the top of my head. I hope it wasn't annoying. But you can go through it at four times the speed. 3 o'clock. So 3:19. I have to leave here in 2 hours. So that's what I got is 2 hours, and I'll give it to you because I was a jerk on Friday to hang up. One of the points I'm trying to make is I can't talk for you, but we were different then. I was different a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So my thinking on things, how I am today, is different than when I was caught up Can we call it a fever? Maybe it was a fever. Maybe it was a fever. Ah, darn it. I didn't find, I did have it before. Oh, here, maybe. No. I wish I had. It's up there, I think. Let me see if it's here. I was going to share this on Friday. Try there. There it is. There it is. All right. All right. I just want to, I'll answer your question, but I want to give you real information rather than my squishy thoughts. All right. So I've told you before, oh, you can't do that. Everybody sees you acting that way. They laugh in my face. Oh. All right. So Egon von Greiritz founded and chairs a company in his own name, von Greiritz, but you can also find it under Gold Switzerland. But he's for the strictly big boys and girls. He doesn't handle small accounts like we. On the other hand, he has a couple of people he recommends, but he's great. I think he's great. I've followed him a long time. So he just wrote last week an article. It won't take long. His articles are short. Called Next Gold Move Will Surprise the World. Next Gold Move Will Surprise the World. He speaks 5 languages, but English ain't his first, so he isn't quite as good at English as I am. I used to read like this. Then I took the Evelyn Wood speed reading class, and now I read like this. You don't remember those ads. All right, next gold move will surprise the world. Trump would not be surprised if there's no gold in Fort Knox. I don't think it's even where most of our gold, I think it's like a quarter of our gold should be there, but whatever. Oh, he says it. Okay, so it's half. Showing that I'm stupid, I didn't know. There should be 4,600 tons there at a value of 430 billion. The United States allegedly holds 8,100 tons of gold in Fort Knox, with most the remaining reserves stored at the New York Fed. All right, so obviously what he's saying is being held under the auspices of Fort Knox. A little more than half at Fort Knox and the rest at the New York Fed. Trump, quoting Trump, Elon and I are going to Fort Knox to see if there is any gold there. If there are only 27 tons, we would be happy. We would not be surprised if there is nothing there. They stole this too! Exclamation point. And then Egon quotes his own, Egon von Greiritz quotes his own Twitter post. America, with a K, show us your gold hand. A potential U.S. gold revaluation will have zero meaning if you don't prove to the world that you have 8,100 tons of gold. A proper audit must, of course, include all gold leasing, futures contracts, etc. I doubt we will ever see the true position of gold the United States holds. In any case, a U.S. gold revaluation is just a bookkeeping event. The real gold price will be set by the market, and especially the BRICS countries. And the real gold price will only be revealed when COMEX, all futures exchanges and the bullion banks have settled all their paper gold commitments in physical. At that point, we will also see elephants fly. If you don't understand what I mean, all paper gold will be worthless. And physical gold will really be worth its weight in gold. So, a couple things. I'm going to keep reading the article, but a couple of things here. He's really pointing out that it doesn't matter if Fort Knox has gold in it. It's wherever it's been hypothecated to. There are real shares of Nextbridge. It's just they've been hypothecated and rehypothecated and Xeroxed all over the globe. The same with gold. Anyway, the other thing here is, do you notice how similar it is to our story? These are seasoned guys. They say the same thing about the precious metals market. So I'm not so much of a loony when I point out what's going on. Of course, there's not enough evidence there for Jeremy Frommer, but he can take his overly analytical intelligence to the poorhouse. At some point, you have to go where the evidence, the circumstantial evidence, leads you. All right, to continue. Let me go before his tweet quote. He said, so is Trump preparing the world that there is no gold in Fort Knox? I think that's probably true. If so, the time has now arrived for the United States to show the world their gold hand. Will Trump suppress the news if it's bad? Very likely. Gold in Fort Knox, I haven't read this before. Gold in Fort Knox is a sideshow. Whether the gold is or is not in Fort Knox, it could be seen as a sideshow. After all, the gold in Fort Knox accounts for only 2% of all the gold ever mined that we know about in history. But on the other hand, either little or no gold there would result in no confidence in the United States or the US dollar. The gold price currently is ridiculous, and it cannot be made to look ridiculous. At $2,920, all of the gold officially held by central banks is worth $3 trillion. Let me read that again. At a gold price of $2,920, all of the gold officially held by central banks in the world is $3 trillion. $3 trillion. That's what we spent in Afghanistan. Just one US stock, Microsoft, has a market cap of $3 trillion. Just one US stock, Microsoft, has a market cap of $3 trillion. How can the value of a single American company equal the total central bank holdings of gold? This tells us how overvalued stocks are, at least in the United States, and that the gold price is ridiculously low. The exponential move in gold is starting. And this, my friends, is what gets me so anxious and upset all the time. I believe at any moment, silver could be $120. I believe at any moment, gold could be 5,000. And that just begins their move. But what I'm saying really, particularly in the case of silver, just like G-Bucks, remember G-Bucks? You could, for me, I'll just talk about me. I could have bought 1,000 shares at 80 cents. I ended up buying 100 shares at $8. Why? I didn't want to miss the move. And it felt like it was going to go. And I still think it is going to go, by the way. But now that it's pulled back, I have losses. And it makes me anxious. But if I had bought before everyone else did, I'd have 1,000 shares. I would have sold half or 100, whatever. And I wouldn't be, I'd be in for the ride. And that's my message on silver is you're running out of time to buy it with a 3 on the number you pay. I'm just telling you, that could stop tomorrow. It could stop the next time. I don't know when the future date is in March. I'm trying to think of it in my brain, but maybe we have 3 weeks. I don't know. But the next stand for delivery in the physical market for silver, it might go to 100. So that means if you have $3,500 right now in the bank, you can buy 100 ounces of gold today. 100. But if it goes to $100 overnight and you're going and it's in the news and everybody's talking about it and you're getting excited and oh my gosh, and it's coming in the mail and it's popping up and your friend just told you and Martha bought it. Martha bought it? Then you can only buy 35 ounces. So what's the cost of waiting? Instead of buying 100 ounces today, you buy 35 ounces then. It doesn't sound like much. What if it goes to $1,000 an ounce? Oh, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. Just what if? 100 ounces is worth $100,000. 35 ounces is worth $35,000. The expansion of the mistake gets more and more expensive. Anyway, let's go on. The exponential gold move is starting. Gold is just starting another massive up move. This is the acceleration or exponential phase, as explained below. This is when gold will go up by multiples. Barclays Bank and other big banks would have you think it's better to leave your money with their wealth managers. Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley. Exponential phases are when gold will go up by multiples, just as it always has been when currencies collapse. This is the other problem. Using my silver example, if you buy silver today, and I'm just going to use those numbers, I don't know where the cutoff will be. If you buy silver today at 35 bucks, you can buy 100 ounces. The move from 3,500 to $100, let's call it $105. I think that triple, which would give you $10,500. I think that part is wealth creation, because I think it'll happen very soon. And I think we still have time before the currency collapse becomes a panic. The rest of the move might only be wealth preservation. All right, exponential moves are terminal. You've seen that, by the way. You saw it when GTII went up to 9. I didn't know that was it. You saw it when GME went to 470. You saw it when I don't know, story after story. When they go straight up like a rocket, it ends. They don't keep going. The trick is, when does it stop? All right. Oh God, I'm not going to read you that. Well, I guess I can, since we have a little time. I've read it to you before. It's an old story. Do you know how long it takes to fill up a football stadium with water? And let's assume it's a football stadium that's the same size as the football stadium this example is talking about. How long does it take to fill up a large football stadium with water? If you do it 1 drop of water a minute, and you double the number, the drops of water every minute, how long would it take to fill up Redskin Stadium? Do you think it takes a day? So you've got a stadium, Redskin Stadium, and you're going to fill it up with water, and you're going to put in 1 drop per minute. Only every minute you're going to double the drops per minute. This is like the sand on the checkers board or the corn on the checkers board in ancient whatever part of the Middle East it was. All right, so you're going to put 1 drop in Redskin Park, and then you're going to double it every minute. Do you think it takes 1 day to fill the stadium? 1 month? 1 year? Never? No, it takes 50 minutes. It takes 50 minutes. That's exponential moves. How full do you think it is after 45 minutes? It takes 50 minutes to fill up Redskin Park with water at 1 drop per minute, doubled every minute. How full do you think the stadium is at 45 minutes? There's only 5 minutes to go. How full do you think it is? 75%? 90%? Nope. Do you want to know how full it is after 45 minutes with only 5 minutes to go? It's 7% full. In the final 5 minutes, it will go from 7% to 100%. And that's the thing with these exponential moves. You got to get in before that happens. Then there's no time. All right, so he keeps going. Stocks will also fall rapidly, and a bit later, bonds will fall. Interest rates up. I don't know. I don't know. He might have that one backwards. Doesn't matter. If the Dow gold ratio falls 97% to the long-term trend line of 0.5, that will mean gold $10,000, the Dow 5,000. That's as one example. Or gold 20,000 and the Dow 10,000. It's just an example he gives. And with a chart, I'm not going to bore you with it. Any major correction in gold is unlikely until it has reached much, much higher prices. So the point is, if gold, to get the gold Dow ratio back to where it historically has been, the Dow will be, a unit of the Dow will be half the price of gold per ounce. Where do you want to have your money? And that's what I call an investment. Any major correction in gold is unlikely until it has reached much, much higher prices. Thus, anyone watching conventional overbought indicators, watching day trading, the 5-second chart, the teacup upside down dome pattern. Anyone watching conventional overbought indicators will miss the gold wagon. And don't forget, the next very big silver move hasn't even started. Paper short positions in silver by bullion banks are temporarily keeping silver down. Now, I'm going to read that again to you, but I'll quickly point out two things. That is identical, as apparently they say in Adams, New York, that is identical to the message that Ham gives on every one of these stocks. And you know what? He's right. The only thing is, you got CEOs that make bad decisions. You got liars in the form of Jeff Easton and his ilk. You got liars in the form of lawyers, that subset of lawyers. You've got regulators that are in on the game. You've got prime brokers that make their living that way. You got broker dealers that take the commission market, make the whole thing. But you don't have that in the silver market in full. You have parts of it. And my argument on the silver market is the paper market, which stocks are pieces of paper. A stock certificate is a piece of paper. But when you turn a physical market into a paper market, and the underlying physical market is real in terms of being a market, gold's a market. But there's plenty of gold around at the right price. Silver, at least in the short run, conceivably, could become unobtainable at any price in the short run. Obviously, as it goes higher, people will sell their rings and sell their teeth. It's hard to give you a clear picture. But silver's physical delivery market could default, and in the short run, they can't, there's nothing to deliver. Price eventually will do it, trucks, but in that panic, it's the other thing that's here. And I want to emphasize is it is the manipulation that's keeping silver down. It's not because it's partly it. It's a circular argument. It's a tiny market, and therefore they can keep it down. There's nothing wrong with silver. The price is temporary down here, and if you don't go buy it, okay. So don't forget, the next big silver move hasn't started yet. Paper short positions in silver by bullion banks are temporarily keeping silver down. When, or even prior to, when the gold silver ratio falls below 75, right now it's at 91, silver will explode. When the gold to silver ratio falls below 75, it's now 91, silver will explode. But remember that silver is volatile, and that's exactly right. Just like G-Bucks. That's why I'd love you to own silver now, because that volatility from higher prices could shake you out and make you feel uncomfortable. It's much better to get in when before the volatility up and down. But remember that silver is very volatile and not for widows and orphans. So if you want to sleep at night, hold no more than 25% in silver and 75% in gold. I think that should be your longer term goal. I think right now you should own, if I were doing it, I'd own everything in silver. And then later I'd rebalance it. Or I'd start 75% silver, 25% gold, and then rebalance it later. But whatever, you get his point. And my point is, there'll come a time silver's price will be so high, it'll be better to own gold, and probably better to own an income producing shopping center. And remember, when you buy this silver and gold, you must buy only physical. There is an unlimited supply. Doesn't this sound just like shares of every stock we're in? There is an unlimited supply of paper, gold, and silver. There is an unlimited supply of counterfeit gold and silver. You know the symbol for counterfeit gold, counterfeit silver? ETF, ETF, ETF. It's all fake. And by the way, it can be seized. One day, these paper contracts will be worthless. Why should anyone buy gold? As a matter of fact, virtually no one does, as gold is only 0.5% of global financial assets. Can you believe that? I'm here talking to you about this. Probably people own more GTII than they own of gold as a percentage of, I'm kidding. Gold is 0.5% of global financial assets. It's 0.5%. Still, even though it's only that, gold is up 10 times, 10x, since the year 2000. When Nixon went off the gold standard in 1971, few understood that this would be the start of the biggest global debt creation in history, leading to gold going up 84x. I was in the category of trying to make my clients money in the market and all that. What I should have done in 1971 should have asked out Doreen DeGouche. Her father, I think, owns a Ford dealership, and gotten married, settled down, and told everyone to buy gold. It's up 84x. Few understood, or Karen Batallo, I remember that name. So anyway, somebody back there. Few understood that this would be the start of the biggest global debt creation in history. Was it Batallo? Something like that. Leading to gold going up, she was great. Gold going up 84x. More accurately, paper money is down 99%. He gives a chart for the last century from 1900 onward. The mark, the Deutsche Mark, disappeared. The yen is worthless. The Reichsmark is worthless. The pound is worthless. The dollar, well, the dollar is worthless, but it's slightly more worthless, less worthless than the rest. Paper money is reaching its intrinsic value, 0. This is not meant to be sensational. I am a conservative Swiss-born living in Sweden. My message has been consistent for the last 25 years of advising high net worth investors to preserve wealth in physical gold and silver stored outside the banking system. I tried so hard with an investor. Anyway, now I try with you. We put most of our gold in assets in gold at $300. I've had a lot of my clients sell their technology businesses and then put it into gold. Why is physical gold the only money in history that hasn't gone to 0? Simple. Gold is nature's money. Dinosaurs used to trade gold. You didn't know that, did you? It's the only money not made by man. So it can't be printed by man or manufactured by man. But the Anunnaki can come take it from you. It can't be debased. But over the last, since, I don't know, Nixon probably, the Treasury and our financial system has tried to convince us that it's worthless compared to the dollar, that the dollar's better. Well, it can't be hacked. North Korea just stole 1.5 billion from the world's second largest crypto exchange. It is not dependent on a computer like crypto or paper money. It's unlikely to be confiscated if you hold it in the right jurisdiction. I assume he means Switzerland. Thus, not in the United States. It is unlikely, and you can do that at these places I've given you. I'll try to break down where to go and store. It's unlikely to be stolen if you hold it in the safest vaults. Gold is virtually indestructible. It's the only money that has maintained its purchasing power for thousands of years. All other money has gone to 0 without fail. with such a fantastic record, why is only 0.5% of global assets invested in gold? Why doesn't everybody buy gold? They have been spoiled by a stock market fueled by printed money. You're just spoiled by getting your statement every month. This is about to change. And I think we have a few months. You don't have to panic overnight. But I do think once it starts, these prices won't be available anymore. When stock markets start falling in earnest, and the era of, quote, stocks always go up, unquote, there was a woman in my Merrill Lynch office, Donna. The TV cameras came in when the Dow crossed 1,000. And they came to the woman because, don't you know, the future is female. So the cameras were all around her, and they asked her opinion. And she had been in the business for less time than I, and I wasn't in it very long. But she was knowledgeable. They asked her, is the market going to go up? Is it going to go higher? And her answer was, yes. And they said, why? And her answer was, stocks always go up. It was exactly that answer. They always go up. So when stock markets start falling in earnest and the era of stocks always go up is finished, a stock collapse is very likely. At that time, some investors will realize that they need protection in the form of physical gold. The problem is that physical gold will not be available at the current price. So gold will go up by multiples. And remember, there will be major bank failures and exponential money printing. I agree with that. As in my previous article, the slogan will be print, baby, print. Please, please jump on the gold and silver wagon now before it's too late. That's from Egon von Greiritz. All right, I know I've bored everybody. Oh gosh. Okay. Ignore everything I've said. Buy XRP. Jack is back. Jack is back with XRP. I'm not going to talk about XRP. I like XRP. I like the idea. And somehow Jack and the market, it's not just Jack, know that XRP is going to be the surviving cryptocurrency which solves currency transfers on a worldwide basis as a substitute for SWIFT and the IBAN systems, and as such will become so valuable that you should buy it over gold and over silver. I don't know. He might be right. I'll try to look into it a little bit. Ham hasn't called. I don't know why. I thought he would. Maybe he did. Oh, he called this morning. He called yesterday. My phone died this morning. I put it on the charger and I haven't looked at it. What do I think about Znog? Does it have anything to do with being with a girl? Let me look. $0.23. Oh, Zion Oil and Gas. All right, you asked me about that before. Zion, the dotted lion. Zion Oil and Gas, drilling for Israel's political and economic independence, even if the oil is in somebody else's country. By then, we will have built settlements to make it part of Greater Israel. It doesn't say that, but it does say drilling for Israel's political and economic independence, inspired by Genesis and Deuteronomy. Order your free information packet today. Get the current news. You can now invest through our website, Jacob to Joseph, and by the Almighty who bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, they shall be on the head of Joseph. It actually looks like I don't know my Israeli geography, but I think I'm correct in saying this is in the Golan Heights. This might even be in Lebanon, but not now. Israel claims it. So I'll tell you one thing I don't like about this, has nothing to do with Israel or the Jewish faith, but I raised money for a company. I'm very good friends with the CEO of the company. He used to be an investment banker, and he said, Bill, my boss used to I can't do his accent. My boss used to tell us to beware of the three P's. I said, what do you mean? He said, don't lend to the three P's: policemen, painters, house painters, and preachers. This is very preachy to me. Very preachy to me. Now, let me see if they won't allow you to see the information. They want my details, I guess, to get the information back. Brochure, 2 free books, maps, documentary film, and more. There's no information here. I can't give you I can't give you an opinion here because there's no information. News. Let's see what the news is. They have a blog with all updates. They have exploration updates. They have founders updates. I like all that. That's nice. That's very nice. Operations underway for the MJ01 well testing and recompletion project. That doesn't give you a lot of upside. It's good for cash flow. Let me read, if it opens, let me read the January update. Dear Zion shareholders and supporters, we are pleased to bring you the latest update as we continue progressing toward the next critical phase of operations on our Megiddo Jezreel #1 well. They were delayed. They have to stimulate, well test, nitrogen equipment. Following equipment arrival, our plan is to proceed with rigging up, setting a bottom plug, and installing a swell plug, which is an essential step to isolate the targeted zone. Once the plug is properly set, we will run in hole with the stimulation equipment, stimulate the zones, and initiate flowback. Flowback duration will depend on well response. Completed in Q2. This must be a large well if it's going to take that long. I can't tell if it's horizontal or not yet, because they say zones, stimulate the zones. Let's see. Ram done. Okay, let's read the press release. Operations are underway. The team will drilling out the temporary plug at 1,100 meters, 3 weeks. Well recompletion and testing. So this isn't a discovery. It's not going to have gigantic upside to the story. However, my understanding, these wells in the Golan Heights are big, the Syrian wells. They're now Israeli, I know. Everything's there for the future of Israel. As we move forward with this phase of operations, we are witnessing God's provision in extraordinary ways, said Monty Ness, VP of Operations. All right. Our focus remains on safety, precision, and execution, said Zion CEO Rob Dunn. With boots on the ground and critical equipment in motion, we are committed to seeing this project through, knowing God has directed our steps forward. Well, I'll order a pack of information, Ricky. I couldn't tell you very much. I'll order a pack, information pack. It'll probably come with a, I don't know. It won't come with the Bible, but it'll come with the Old Testament, maybe. Which is fine. I've always had that problem, and I do ask for God's help. So I understand that. But I'm not sure God cares who wins the football game. I'm not sure God cares which company drills. I don't know the answers to that. That's a mystery. They're drilling at the head of David for oil. I saw that in the map. I don't know what the head of David is. Thank you, David Hensley. Speaking of David, it's very kind of you. Ham never called in. Don't worry about it. You didn't miss. If you missed me, you didn't miss anything. Ham, I'm sure we'll talk. We'll have a call tomorrow. Ham wanted to talk to you guys Friday, but I said I was finished. Is anyone tracking the TRNR news? No? I will look and see TNTR stock. Tintry Inc. on NASDAQ. They make this awful drug. No, that's Nova Nordisk. Here's Tintry. They announce pricing of initial stock public offering on June 29th, 2017. NASDAQ price, this is 5 years ago, priced 8 million shares at $7. They had a green shoe. That's good for you, us, you. Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Needham. Haven't heard that name in a long time. KeyBank, Piper Jaffray, Raymond James, William Blair. That's all good. Sounds like they got to start as a why purpose-built storage. Is this what they do? Why purpose-built storage is the key for virtual desktop infrastructure. Automated data management saves IT times hundreds of hours. The hidden costs of managing virtual workloads. Okay. Symbol is TRNR. It's called interactive strength. Did they? So they wiped out that company and now it's that somebody else bought them out. So this stock in the last year has been as high as, I can't even read it, thousands of dollars per share. And we should buy it now because it's gone from, it is breaking out. It's above the moving averages, but the 200-day moving average is at 111. And I guess you can buy it for that kind of move. I'm just going to try to see the 5-year. Oh my God. I really don't know why you're bringing this to anybody's attention, but I mean, there's not going to be a short squeeze here unless I guess there could be, unless like root, something like that starts happening like root. But dude, this thing, that's the stock chart since the IPO. And now from, it looks to me it got as high as $24,000 a share, $24,000 a share. And now it's at $2.40. That's what I just wish these guys would leave you alone. They just seduce you. It's down to go back to its all-time high to its IPO. It'd have to go up 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Look, there may be a trade in there, and maybe there's some sort of squeeze, but I cannot, in good conscience, tell anybody to buy into that stock. It has bounced up. Maybe that's ringing a bell that it's going to go higher. But that stock was destroyed, is destroyed. Somebody made the decision to go back to the well over and over and over again. I don't care what the story is, that's going down. That's very good, Red Pepperoni. I think PSLV, look, I think silver for all of us is a chance to get short squeeze returns, part of which will be creating wealth, and the rest will be keeping us afloat. Sorry, I don't know, my nose is itching. So ZNOG was up 24%. Well, I don't know enough about this. You've got an entire country probably and Jewish investors excited about Jacob and I can't remember the other. I can't quote that stuff, but that God means this to be, and that's fair enough. Fair enough. So they'll buy, but the real thing is that they're getting close. We're in the second. We're not. We're almost in the second quarter, but they're starting operations, and so that means the waiting is over. And as soon as you get rid of the risk of recompletion, that means I presume they'll be able to tell how much is there, sort of, but you can start producing. And so you've removed risk. So people are jumping the gun. But recompletions can have problems. They can have delays. I'm not saying that'll happen here, but they can. Wells can start producing for a while and something happens. I'm not saying that'll happen here. I just don't have enough information. I do believe these wells, if they're the ones I've heard of before, which may not be the case, and I believe they were owned by Syria, but I could be wrong about that too. We all know this is Greater Israel promised to Jews and to no other peoples on the planet, even though that is a misinterpretation, in my judgment, of what Abraham was promised. But whatever. I'm no expert. My point is, you've got a dedicated group of investors who are going to invest for reasons other than economic return and oil. They're so for And I'm not saying that's a bad reason to invest. It's just different than being able to invest for a strict uh, increase in price based on oil in the ground or producing. And this is the other thing with oil and gas. I have no idea, Ricky. It's just not enough information. I don't know what they paid for this privilege to be drilling. I don't know how much oil has already been taken out of the ground, how much is left. I don't know. Look, other people have made this determination. It doesn't matter what I think. Other people have made this. But you've got to have an idea of the volumetrics. And my presumption is I just don't have enough information. Why are they recompleting these wells? Was it because they got interrupted by war, or because they played out? So they have to go in and refrac and open up the sands again. If that's the case, I don't know how long will it produce before that seizes up again. If it's more a matter of the wells were they might have been improperly completed in the first place, or the wells were shut in while Israel invaded Syria. I don't know. They may have been sitting there for years. Maybe they were drilled before modern technology. I don't know the information. But the value of an oil and gas investment at its core is how much have I spent on this project and how much money will I get back and how quickly. And then you start layering in questions like, can I grow this project, this property? Can I expand it? So I know what my reserves are now, but can those reserves grow? And then the beauty of a next bridge is if your reserves are proven in one part of the play, but that the indicated seismic and geological and the closology shows that those sands extend as a blanket sand without interruption, which you can't really know. But you got your indications. When you start producing, you can get, I don't know how they do it, but they do it by pressure testing with production. But if you can step out, if this company can step out and expand its reserves, that gives you your great return. Maybe they have to step out over into Jordan, and all they have to do is call up Trump and they can invade Jordan and take over the rest of the field. Maybe it extends in Lebanon. They can go get that because Jacob said it belongs to them. Maybe if they can show a connection, it goes into Iraq. And they can go take it from Iraq or Iran. And go take it from Iran because, the Bible says it belongs to Israel. I don't know. I don't like a lot of aspects of that story. It's whether you see it or not, or whether Israel sees it or not. I think the ownership of that oil will be contested in the future. Anyway, let me look it up. Is G-Bucks on the radar for this week? Can G-Bucks hit 200 per share? What goes first, G-Bucks or finger? I suppose it depends on what you mean by goes. Finger can go up this week, and finger can go up first. Finger can go from $1.20 to $2 in a heartbeat. Finger can go from $1.20 to $3 in a day or two. So I think finger can go very quickly, but I don't think a move to 2 or 3 is going to cause a short squeeze. I think finger, what's more likely is that any movement upward in finger is going to draw in more buyers because nobody's buying now. But as it goes to 2, 3, 4, more buyers will come in. And I think finger can get to $3, $4, $5, $6, even $7 a share over the next 2 months. Could be sooner. I think that could start as soon as tomorrow. So I think finger can go first. I think finger can go first. But G-Bucks is, to me, a short squeeze play. What does that mean? That means there are no guarantees. That means I don't find the fundamental story all that clear yet. Well, that's been published. And it means that it's risky. But nothing has changed since the last time you asked the question on G-Bucks. They announced a $100 million letter of intent to come in for the purposes of making acquisitions. They did say once those acquisitions start to be made, the documents will become definitive. So you know, but you don't want to believe it. You don't want to process it. You know, it looks like 100 million is coming into the company. You know that it's coming out of Abu Dhabi. I suppose you know that the outstanding or the authorized shares are something like 130 million. That's what I remember. We do not know how the money is going to come in, at what price. Is it going to be equity? Is it going to be debt? Is it going to be, I guess it could be preferred equity or some combination. But what we further know is that G-Bucks is not going to go to Lynn Partners, Geneva Roth Capital, Yorkville, Aubrey Advisors, Benchmark, or any of a number of toxic lenders who are just in there to trap shareholders into destruction. We know that. Now, G-Bucks ran in the course of about a week, about 10 days, it ran from $1 to $10. Nobody predicted that, but it started going. And then once it started, it kept going. What does that mean? What was going on? Were the buyers buying because of this news, rumors of this news? I don't think so. News isn't good enough. It could get better, but I don't think that's why. Were the buyers buying because they heard Ham talk about it? I mean, maybe somebody did, but I don't think that accounts for the volume. Now, much more likely was that whoever gave the idea to him had heard it from somebody, had heard it from somebody, had heard it from somebody. My guess is that on Wall Street, the rumors were going around that there was a trap short. I further think there is a trap short. Now, the stock goes to 10, and immediately after I bought in at 8, goes to 450. So which is going to go first, Finger or G-Bucks? Can G-Bucks go to 200? I really just don't know how to define the first question. I think Finger is set up with very little risk to the downside and so much coming that I think Finger can initiate its move first. In other words, tomorrow morning. I wouldn't be surprised if Finger goes to $1.50 or $2 this week. It wouldn't surprise me. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if it stays flat. G-Bucks, as I said earlier in the call, all of these stocks were sold off last week at the end of the week so that the shorts could show their investors that on all the stocks they're making money in, their profits are bigger. In the case of G-Bucks, their losses are smaller because on Friday and Thursday, but on Friday they print for the month the value of the position for the month. I think tomorrow G-Bucks will open up. It'll probably, I don't know where, but it'll open up. It'll run up somewhere around 10:05, 10:15, 10:20. I think the shorts will come in to try to drive it down because we as buyers can only buy it once. They'll step away because no one's going to check. They've already printed their statement for the margin call. They've already printed it for their investors and for their prime broker on Friday at the lowest number they could get. I think tomorrow G-Bucks will open up sometime at 10:30-ish. It'll be sold off, testing whether or not the upside is real. And we'll have to read it then around 10:30. But my guess is they're not going to defend the close on Friday very hard. And I think G-Bucks will drift upward this week. Now, will it go to 200? Can it go to 200? The numbers that have been told to us, which I cannot confirm, is there are 2 million shares short, that the trigger price is around $2. I remember the volume in this stock was by appointment only. So yes, I think in a squeeze, I think the stock can go to $200. I hope you will have taken money and profit off before that. But in a spike, I think it can go to 200. I put an order in at $144, and I feel like that's overly optimistic. I wouldn't get that greedy, but why not? We've been waiting for a squeeze all this time. Why not see if one actually runs? APS 71. If a company like Zion were to hit oil in Israel, what would happen? They're drilling. I don't know what I don't know what your question means. The oil's there. They're not going to hit it. The oil's there. They're recompleting a well. What recompletion typically means, but I don't have enough facts here. Recompletion could be anything from this was a discovery well that had mechanical problems. It doesn't read that way. Or it could be a well that had been producing, which is how I'm reading it, which petered out or was turned off or watered out, or one zone. They were producing from several zones and they produced the lowest one first, or they produced the highest one first, whatever. They chose one to produce the easiest one to get their capital back, and that petered out, and they're back down in recompleting. I mean, they didn't say it, but it looks like they're going to fracture this. They're certainly going in to acidize it. I don't have enough information, but it looks like they're going to acidize it. So they might have produced out of one zone and they're going in to try to open up the other zones. But they're not hitting oil. The oil's already there. But I don't have enough information to know if I don't know when the well was drilled in the first place. I don't know how much the well produced, if anything, prior to this recompletion. I don't know if the recompletion is because they screwed up or the previous operator screwed up. I don't know. I think the stock will go up if they're successful. They've got loyal investors that really don't as much care about the return as providing oil to the state of Israel. So I think the stock will go up. I think Zion will be devoid of punishment from Seth and Kurt Kramer and their clientele, from Jeff Easton and his clientele, from Ari Rosenberg, Reichman and his clientele. I think there's a unique advantage, possibly, that Zion Oil and Gas has over any other NASDAQ and tiny company being counterfeited and naked short sold into oblivion. I don't think I have to connect the dots for you, so I'm not going to. But much like I don't know what it's called on the Jewish doorstop to protect when the Lord goes over in his, now I'm even forgetting what that's called. I think there's protection here in Zion Oil and Gas from naked short selling. So they have that going for them. I also think, pretty obviously to me, Zion Oil and Gas seems to know they shouldn't go to toxic financiers. So instead, which I admire, and that's what I think other CEOs do, they're building their own source of capital and they're going directly to the investor. And I applaud it and admire it. So I think if there's success, the stock will go up. I don't think these buyers in general are trying to buy and make a quick buck. So I think there's the potential that if this well is successful, the stock could go up and continue going upward depending on their future plans. But Ricky, you're 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 asking questions based on the information that's out there. It's impossible to answer. What's their finding and lifting costs? What can they sell it for? Can they sell it right away? Is it safe to sell it? Once they start producing, are they allowed to, by the covenants of their monies they've raised, are they allowed to go develop others? What is the capex for the year? How quickly are they going to ramp up their cash flow? I mean, but I think the stock's going to go up. They're going to, I believe, based on the little bit I saw, they will produce oil. And I think they have a loyal investor base, is my guess. Merged with UST, and they're not talking shares right now. I think they have all the money they need. I think they have all the money they need right now. Zion Oil Company. Yeah, so it's up 23% since you mentioned it. I think that's terrific. I hope you own it. G-Bucks, since you mentioned this, went up 10x. You know, which one to get in? If you're buying Zion for a trade, that's a nice trade. If you're buying Zion for a further trade, buy on rumors, sell on news. If it's going to happen the way markets used to be, as soon as they announce this, well, prior to their announcement, it'll go up. After they announce, it'll go down for a while. If you're a trader, doesn't sound like you're a trader. It sounds like you want to own this company. You want to be in it. I think it's a company with a good, I don't like sports metaphors. It has a great open space to grow into. And I don't know what I'll get it. I don't want to focus on Zion Energy, but I'll try. So he's doing a call with Giannis. Okay, well. I don't know. Good for him with Giannis. All right, I'm That's good advice, Johnny. That's good advice. That's good advice. I don't mean to be negative. I don't mean to be negative. It's good advice. Doug, the company is waiting on a $5 million commitment, and that has not come in. So With regards to GTII, most of us are under the impression that you have more information than we don't. I don't. I don't. I've never spoken to Reichman. The guy from Rhubarb, I don't know. I've never spoken to Griffin. I don't know. I've met and have spoken to one of the whales that invested originally. And I do know the receiver. I don't speak to him about GTII. And what's to know about GTII? What's to know? What's to know? That's good advice. The enemy within, Pat Burns. That's good advice. If Martin would get in trouble talking about his company, why didn't GTI's CEO get in trouble for what he did? Well, it's not over with, but there's no, David, I guess I'm asking you to take a leap. They don't enforce anything. There's a protected group of these guys. They don't enforce anything. I can't explain it to you. I notice one pattern, but I guess it's unfair to notice that pattern. Beyond that pattern, it's lawyers, I think. But it's not over with. I don't think Reichman's out of the woods. But I do suggest to you to get out of receivership. The shareholder, the lawyers, and whoever's making the decisions will settle and will allow Reichman off the hook. Well, if theirs isn't naked short, how does Ham have the email that says there is a concentration of shorts? That comes from, it's not an email, it's a filing in court by the NSCC, and you can't deny it, it's there. But what you also can't deny, David, is since that was filed, something like 18 months has gone by, 2 years has gone by. Which gives them time to move the trades. CYCU. Sycurian. I don't see any information on it. It expands cybersecurity partnership with leading national public health associations. So what? Sycurian and IQ still form exclusive cybersecurity partnership to expand in high-tech, high-margin markets. Tiny bit more interesting. They provide corporate update. Let's see what that says. I'm honored to address you as chairman and CEO at this pivotal moment. Growing cybersecurity companies I understand what it takes to scale a company in this evolving landscape. Headquartered in McLean. Ah, it's right here. Sicarian is dedicated to addressing the growing risks of cyber threats and data breaches with a multi-layered SaaS solution, which minimizes false positives while protecting critical digital assets. We have built a comprehensive ecosystem, federal, state, and local. Department of Defense, Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Navy, and a number of larger companies. At the heart of our success is our AI-infused proprietary technology, being one of the first to marry AI and cybersecurity. 3 years ago, we acquired a significant piece of technology called the ARX system platform, which we are now preparing to expand. Anticipating, presenting, detecting, and responding to cyber threats, providing strategic guidance to help organizations, ensuring businesses meet regulatory requirements. What truly sets Sicarian apart is our deeply skilled team of 80 technology veterans, many of whom hold high-level security clearances and have served in critical roles within the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, and leading technology companies. Their expertise spans national security, enterprise cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure protection, making them uniquely qualified to combat today's most sophisticated cyber threats. They took a financing, or they were a SPAC. They might have been a SPAC that got destroyed. Let me, I'll see if I can look into that. I think they took a bad financing, but I don't know. Why would you buy it? Problem with these companies, once they take the financing, they can't recover. Also, consulting companies may grow, they may have 80 people, but they have overhead and their growth is predictable. So Wall Street, I don't know where the metric will settle as marrying AI with cybersecurity, but Wall Street can give a multiple as low as 1 times revenue, 2 times revenue. So the story can be great, but you could be in this beltway company for 20 years and have the same price at the end of the day. I don't know. I'll try to look it up. I already talked about Xenon. They are drilling, but maybe you're saying there's a second well. Is it exploratory or is it developmental? Is it a step out well? It's all good news. It's just I can't tell the magnitude. I can't tell the magnitude of it. I never sold my GTII. John Foster is hiring Pam Bondi's brother as an attorney. Well, Jeffrey, that's all good. And I would suggest, I guess you got to go listen to Giannis's channel now and get it from him on Giannis's channel. Ham didn't come here. So that's all I can say. I don't have enough information. Giannis must know. And he won't be as negative as I am. But probably. But I think it's great. That means Pam Bondi will learn. It'll take her 6 months to understand it, probably. No insult to her, it could take longer. The resolution or when a lawyer is presented with a problem, they define it by the evidence and they try to determine who was harmed. Once the harm is determined, they try to define what was lost and or what the cost was, what the value of the harm was. And we'll see how that comes out. I think it's exciting. It might be, Jeffrey, it might be. And like I say, go on Giannis's call. It might be that I'm just trying to think. It may be that they will set up a situation where John Forster agrees with you, because I think your point is that you're optimistic. And so John doesn't take a super majority of GTII, and maybe the whale funding him will say, you know what, we're putting this together, we're funding you, we'll allow you to take 51% of the company and we want to keep 49%. That'd be a whole different, that'd be somebody gifting to us upside. I appreciate the optimism, and wow, it's amazing to have the Attorney General of Florida, now the Attorney General of the United States, brother, as part of our company. And that's certainly going to mean that the company's going to grow revenues faster. It's going to bring in business faster. It's going to scale more quickly. I mean, to have Pam Bondi's brother is going to make the business plan of GTII just explode to the upside. So I think that's all good news. You have to understand. All right, this is a good point. A lot of people see the post from Big JR and Richard Hoffman and others that say stuff. GTII may be trading in March. Well, I'll tell you, David, once it's trading, I'll feel more comfortable talking about what's happening. I will say that with Pam Bondi's brother on the board and with the company having gone through receivership, because if it's trading again, it means it got through receivership, which that I guess that happened Friday. But if it got through, that's a major hurdle. That was a risk. I know if the company has gotten through receivership, you're now going to say, well, obviously it got through receivership. That wasn't so obvious. That wasn't so obvious, in my opinion. I think receivership was a massive risk that we would have been wiped out. But if it's gotten through, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's a huge, huge step forward. If it could be trading in March, that means the receivers worked hard and the attorney, and that means the financials, the receiver. I'm talking about Paul Strickland has done a good job. He's ready to file all the paperwork. That's huge news. That's great, but it still leaves GTII as a shell conceptually, but then they've brought in this company, John Forster, in. So the question is, I mean, it's very simple. They could gift us, David. There's no question. John Forster, in return for the introduction to this opportunity, and there are good things about this, he could gift ownership of the company to us. So instead of asking for 85, 90% of Newco, maybe he asks for 60%. That'd be a huge gift to us. And if that happens, that'd be fantastic. I also think he can offer to us a financing and give us a chance to participate. That would be exciting. The other issue, which I've admitted I don't know how it works, Ham knows, Giannis knows. Please go to Giannis's calls. I don't know Giannis's channel, but go to his calls. Ham now goes on with him. I don't know. You'll have to go to Giannis's call because I just don't know. If 400 million non-delivered, non-settled shares carry over after the receivership, you have a potential here. It's a big if. But if it does, and Pam Bondi's brother is able to get this situation directly to Donald Trump's SEC, you have a potential that they ask for a buy-in of all the shares. If that happens, the company could be extraordinarily well funded by a squeeze of some kind. So, I mean, those are things I don't know the answers to, David. It sounds like Giannis does, and I would recommend you have two sources. Go listen to Big JR and Richard, and go to Giannis's channel. Ham is obviously keeping him up to date. Charlie Mayo and Kurt Kramer going to the penitentiary. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But if it's true, I'm excited. Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of guys. Butcher of Wall Street knows that you can directly buy orders. All right, I'll get him on that. Is G-Bucks going to go up before Finger? I think Finger is going to go up first. G-Bucks, I think they're going to open it up tomorrow, but they'll sell it off, trying to get people scared. I think both of them are going to go up over the next weeks, and I think G-Bucks has a chance to have a short squeeze. XRP is fantastic. It's up 34%. Sold Finger. It's a great job. Do I think GTII can outperform NVIDIA? Why don't we see? The AOC numbers were made up by MAGA, and they've been debunked by whom? Made up by whom? Whom? MAGA is a big statement. And debunked by whom? What's his name's laptop was debunked. Myocarditis was debunked. There's Big JR. Yeah, I didn't know that. No, it's all right. I know you're not promoting. I know you're not promoting. It's just I I I'm not promoting. I know you're not promoting it. I think the strengths that I don't have enough information. The strengths I see in Zion are they have a dedicated shareholder base. The oil is there because it's recompletion, but I don't know enough. Recompletions can be expensive. They can take a long time. There can be screw ups. There could be other issues. How big is the reserve? It's just so many questions. I just don't have the answers. What's the net? I mean, is there a calculation by the CEO of what the net asset value per share is? The net present value of the oil? Does he have any of that? I haven't seen it. BFGFF Giant Mining, good. BFGFF. BFGFF. I don't know what that is. BFGFF. Is my look an inspiration from President George Washington? I thought my dentures didn't show. Yeah, I think that could be exciting. I love, David says there's a report by Christian Shaughnessy, 66 banks are in trouble and the Fed has to put over 200 billion. I'd love to see that report. I'm going to end it with this one because I didn't know Ham had, and Eunice, you should go listen to that. I'll let them carry the load from now. I think this other gentleman's right. You don't need the negativity. this is unlikely to cause the crash, in my opinion, because I'd be wrong to tell you I knew it was exactly 200, but this information, this concept has been out there for a while. It can still take down the whole system. But I think they are taking as many steps as they can to handle it, delay it. What brings down a system usually is something that's a surprise. They call it a black swan. I don't think 66 banks are the black swan, but it could be. I mean, I think it's much more likely the black swan's going to come out of Europe, or it's going to come out of it's going to be Bank of America. But anyway, I'm going to sign off there. I wish everyone the best. And yeah, I'm going to suggest that from now on, that you don't listen to my negativity. That one gentleman is correct. So I'm going to suggest to him that he do his calls with Giannis, and that'll move us forward. All right. Thank you, my Momos legend. Yeah, that's how I see it, but we'll find out. I'm always surprised how much strength the criminals have. But I just can't figure out a way they can keep G-Bucks down. But that doesn't mean they don't have a way. I just don't see it. So anyway, Braille has growth. Yeah, that's what I think. I don't know if the company will ever be sold. If you listen to that one woman, here, I can tell you her name. Rebecca Kurzweil, she points out in Railtown that these two guys, John Ruffalo, and I don't know who OMER''S is. They're the financial architects of Constellation, which is worth $100 billion right now. I mean, if these guys could just get this one to 1% of that, we'd be on our way. So anyway, I'm going to sign off, and thank you for tuning in. I guess I was trying to explain why I was frustrated on Friday. I think, yeah, she's so the negative is she's paid to say that, and so she's a spokesperson for the company. But the positive is I think she's pretty good. And I think the guys behind her are good. So I trust the information, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I am going to suggest to him that he just takes this forward with Giannis. And I'll let you know if that takes hold. If it does, maybe we're ready for a new chapter in life. All right. See you later. Ciao.